Hello. All right, I am
Even if
unmuting.
Twitch doesn't.
All right, I've unmuted the stuff on my side as well then. I am
Yeah.
almost there on all the postings and what have you.
Hang on.
Look, collaboration streams would be awesome if, you know, it had a lot more
Yeah. Also,
VTuber fun to them.
Kiara, I'm not sure if you heard me in that regards, but any command, because you're typing the command in my stream. Any commands that you type in my stream, like bimbo, himbo, or anything like that from my end, do not activate any type of commands on my stream. They only activate if you go over to Grant's stream. So if you click on the link or go over to Grant's stream, then they'll activate over there on his side. So they won't activate on my side.
I find it interesting because I remember, actually, I wonder, is this still a thing? So if I type in throne here, it shows stream elements on your side. Okay, so it looks like they might have fixed that then.
Yeah.
That's interesting that they might have fixed it now where, you know, commands are like now separated and what have you according to the bots.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Although I still see your RoboZeebs send the messages on
because that's how, because like my RoboZeeb still like sends them in here and such like that. Like it's sending them into my chat, but because we're sharing our chat, you see what my chat is sending and you see what your chat is sending. But for whatever reason, as far as like, you know, streamer bot, it doesn't seem to accept messages from other chats. I wonder if it's because, is there like a different field for like except for like when commands are triggered in a shared chat? Because there's like, oh, it will ignore, let's see, ignore bot accounts, ignore internal messages, sources, Twitch message, resubs. Oh, there's a little check mark for Twitch shared chat. So I could so I could set it up. Like, actually, you know what? That's actually really good. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to, I'm gonna update some stuff. So I'm gonna get this bimbo rating one, for instance, and I'm gonna enable so that Twitch shared chat is available for that. Cute rating, I'll have it for that. You know, I'm glad we're finding something out.
We're learning a new thing today.
Because what this means is
Val, how does your brain feel learning a new thing?
What?
How does your brain feel learning a new thing?
I'm zoned out like a quarter of the way through this. I'm reading an article.
All good, all good. So yeah.
What's the article?
A exploit on Linux systems was found today.
Oh.
It's really not that interesting, I promise you.
Reading articles about microplastics.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's the most severe Linux threat. But anyway, continuing.
So yeah, so what could actually happen is I can actually have it so that, like, let me see what happens when I do the Twitch share chat for the hug command. So if I'm over in your chat and I go !hug, and I go like, you know, Artemis Snap, my girlfriend, giving her a lovely hug, little kiss. Okay, so yeah, it pops up on my side. It does it on my side. So yeah, because you have a hug command.
I have a hug command too. So if we share commands, so if we've got similar commands, it'll do it together.
Yeah, okay, so what I'll do is,
does that technically mean we both gave Artemis a hug? I don't get it.
No, it says Grant.
It says I hugged.
Grant. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so what I'll do is...
robots did it together.
Alright, so what I'll do is I'll keep the hug command, you know, turned off from shared chats because it's a bit of a common one. So I haven't turned it on for things like, you know, follow age, Discord, the shout out, or coffee, lurk. So like I don't have it on for everything, but I'll at least have it on for
yeah, like coffee, wink wink nudge nudge.
Wink wink nudge nudge. Why does it pop up twice for you?
I don't know, and I gotta figure that out. I think for some reason it might be accidentally. I think it might be activated twice in stream elements.
Well, it's coffee that's doing it twice of all things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's the Thembo rating. Hang on a sec. I need to have that available for everyone. So yeah, so now himbo, bimbo, thembo, and cute ratings can now be can now be done. I've got all my different sound commands as well. Actually, is there a way for me to...
Oh god, they've changed up the...
I wish I could change multiple multiple commands at once. You think they would have that as an option? Like shift.
Hang on, so chat bot. Not timers, it's
Force.
chat commands.
We're learning stuff, chat.
We are.
Yeah.
Hold on. For some reason that's not there. For some reason I got the coffee thing twice.
Hmm.
Oh, that might be through coffee, but for some reason it comes up as... Oh yeah, the coffee bot. Hang on.
All right.
Did I accidentally add it twice?
I'm just adding some of the sound thingamadiggies, like exclamation point, ow, or cronk. And then, as always, Palua. I'll keep that as well. And then blues stuff. And then the boobies.
Boobies.
Boobies. I just have a command where if someone types in exclamation point boobies, it's just me from like years ago when I was playing a fucking cyberpunk game and there's like a hologram there was a hologram lady, like just one of those naked Cortanas, and it's just like boobies. Just such a, you can hear like the youth in my voice there. Just that newfound youth of like, oh, I'm not so look at that. There's boobies on my TV.
Boobies.
So, all right.
Okay, so stream alert, overlay, active feed.
Sure.
How do you do the? Because it should be the coffee bot, coffee stream bot. So I got the overlay.
Ooh, the knife response. I will most certainly do.
Settings.
Resubmission. Sure. Done. And then.
Respond to commands. Okay, for some reason, yeah, it's responding to the commands,
Mm-hmm.
but it's doing it twice. Shares your page every 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing it twice. It's a bit weird.
Okay. Well, it's past 6 o'clock, so I'm not on the clock for doing
Yeah.
IT support nonsense, so...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh, and ignore pronouns command I'm going to allow in the share chat as well. So yeah, alright. I have my... Alright, I have most of the actions that are command-based done. So...
It might be something I've put in somewhere, but I don't want to go like hunting through all my things in order to find that. So it's just going to be something to put up with for the time being.
Yeah. Yep. So... Oh, actually... Am I seeing people's pronouns still? Yeah, cool. I'm still seeing people's... I'm still seeing people's pronouns.
The alert.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ah,
I was
okay.
testing the alert as well, so...
All good, all good.
Which didn't send twice, so it's just for some reason the
command.
The command. So there might be something in the command settings that I might need to change.
Possibly? Alrighty then. But yeah, hello chat. Happy Friday.
Yeah, how are we all chat?
Yes. Happy maternity for all you maternity enjoyers.
Yeah.
Yes, maternity.
Are you referring to my Blue Sky post that I put earlier today?
Oh yeah, you celebrate maternity yourself. You're not someone that's just like, only you're only for the babes and the ladies. You're like, if they get to enjoy a maternity, I want to enjoy maternity. Mpreg.
Yeah.
Chat, go check out Code the Yoshi.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do... What happens if I do a shout-out of Code the Yoshi while we're sharing our thingamadiggies?
That is a very good. That is a very good question. I
It already shouted you out like 15 minutes ago, so it's not gonna let me do it for like another hour.
But if you okay, I was gonna say like there was the other way you could do it with the exclamation point shout out one, but I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
sure
but
how that would go.
well, actually, that's a good question. So if I type it out in yours, oh no, I did that in mine. So if I do,
Yeah, and I do mine as SO, not the
the long thingamadiggy. All right, so if I do it as my thingamadiggy, yep. So it comes up in. Interesting.
Oh, it put a clip in for me. It put a clip in for me. Oh gosh.
Nice.
So I'm gonna stop that clip.
All
because
good.
everyone's already seen clips of me. They don't need to see more.
Alrighty.
They're looking at me right now.
Yeah.
But if you guys do want to check out my socials, though, there is a SOCIA baseball social.
SOCIAL.
That's the button.
Hopefully I didn't misspell that.
Your tasty bot must be evil today. Well, we are playing Diablo, so
yes, you are correct. This will be my first time playing Diablo, actually, personally speaking. Is this your first time playing Diablo Code?
No, so I actually had Diablo on both the original PC for my Windows 98 and on the original PlayStation, because there was a version on PlayStation, surprisingly enough. Not a lot of people know this.
Okay.
I'm too stinky for the bot to say I'm tasty. No, Angro, you're one of the most tastiest people I have ever seen. You're so tasty, I could eat you up in,
Now, while this person is, just sort of sitting here quietly reading up on, Linux exploits and trying to figure out how they can break the Jurassic Park security system and what have you, Velk is a moderator. I think for both of us, right? Velk's a moderator, mine, and Velk's in...
No, so only for yours. I have considered asking Velk if he does want to be a moderator, but I wasn't too sure.
Fair enough. But Velk is a... You're familiar with the, blah, 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 blah. You're familiar with the Diablo game, aren't you?
Yeah, I finished this game when I was 5.
Oh my...
I don't know why my parents allowed me to play it, but...
No, my father wouldn't let me touch this game until I was almost 10.
Jesus. Well,
it was between that and Rise of the Triad.
Yeah,
yes.
The thing was, though, I didn't play this game until I was older. But one of the first games I played was the original Fallout when I was younger.
Okay.
I mean, the original Fallout.
Yeah. Fuck that.
The OG, where you could say, "Fuck it, I'm turning you all into super mutant."
Interesting. So yeah, I haven't played the original Fallout. There's a lot of games I want to get through and what have you, but full-time working and getting stuck into other games and such does make it quite difficult, doesn't it?
I will tell you now, if you do decide to play the original Fallout, I would recommend having a guide on hand, because the original 2 Fallouts had a time limit.
Yeah, and from what I saw, it did like the Daggerfall thing where, like, I've seen Just Drive Haze show where Daggerfall is just like this massive fucking map, and if you don't use fast travel in some areas, you're just in for a bad time. So, but we're not gonna be playing Fallout tonight. We're gonna be playing Diablo, or technically speaking, we're gonna be, full disclosure, chat, we're gonna be using a mod port of Diablo called Devolution X, because there's some networking things that are going to be slightly different, but this is to afford me and Code and Velk being able to all play together and have a 100% multiplayer experience, similar in vein to when we play Titan Quest together. So I'm reckoning that we're gonna have a fairly good time in the
give me that leg, boy.
In the Diablo thingy-majiggies. I can see Code has started the game up, so I am going to try and get the game started as well.
I'm just starting it, so I'm also just going to make sure I turn it down a little bit too in my settings, which I've already done.
Yes, it's capturing. Also, I need to pause the music.
Actually, I need to check and make sure it's going to capture on my end too. Whoop.
Okay, it just accepts every single one of my Whatsamahoozy things. Is there a way for me
Hi, Jack Wolf. How you doing?
Hi there, Jack Wolf.
Yeah, so this is like OG Diablo.
Yeah.
So one thing we are going to do for the game, because when we tested this out, we tested it like between the three of us
Mm-hmm.
without or with the friendly fire still on.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start the program again because I feel like I missed some cutscenes, like some very, because it like opened up
Yeah,
with like.
there is. You didn't really miss it. It's just a bit of a quick sort of like story intro.
Okay, that sounds very important. If I'm getting a story
It's
intro,
not. It's really not, but okay.
Could-
It just tells you that evil dude did evil thing, and now evil stuff is happening.
ow. I don't know if anyone can. Ow. I don't know if anyone heard that, but Blizzard just hits me with like the THQ noise. And it's like a really
just-
low bit THQ noise. Just.
Yeah. So you told Grant not to play the Wario, if I'm not mistaken. Was that right, Bell?
Yep.
Is that only if we had friendly fire on, or just in general?
In general, fuck playing the warrior. I do not want Gran to have a bad time. I don't know if you remember past level 5, but after that, the warrior turns from viable to this is CBT.
This is such a
Yeah.
low resolution video.
That's what we had to work with at the time.
What do you mean you
Yeah, I mean, come
This is
on.
Blizzard, right? Blizzard, the people that made like
This was
revolutionary 3D.
incredible at the time. What do you mean?
I can
Yeah,
see
what do you
I
think
can
of that?
see the pixels.
Yeah, it was made in 1997.
Oh
For anyone
Jesus,
wanting
that
to
is
know,
a
go
long
over to
time ago.
go over to Grant's stream to have a look at the intro. I'm not gonna you know, blind you guys with terrible.
Hi,
pixels.
Bookie, welcome.
Hi, Bookie. How you doing?
I don't know who's doing the sound design, but like, it feels like everything is at 100. I can barely like interpret like what some noises are meant to be and what aren't.
I'm cooking tomorrow's dinner as we speak, and where is mine?
Spoilers.
And what are we cooking? Is it gonna be good?
Was that Diablo, the goat head? Or is that Diablo,
No.
the weird thing?
You will know.
You will know.
Oh,
when
is
we
that
see
Diablo?
Grant's all like, "Are we there yet?
Alright.
Are we there yet? Is that
Cool.
Freddy Fazbear?
Alright, so
Is that Freddy Fazbear right there?"
because the way we had to do multiplayer, we had to do 0 tier, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. I think so we had to do the 0 tier.
Yeah.
So I already had a hero, but we'll do new heroes just because. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been told
Uh,
explicitly, do not pick the warrior. I'm gonna have a terrible experience.
I think it's up to you what you want to pick, though. If you want to go
it's-
warrior, go warrior.
It's 100% up to you. Just know that the warrior is pain.
All right, I'm gonna quickly move over to the other screen while I set this up. Do you guys want me to host, or do you?
Are you okay if I host? We'll see how it goes. Because
Yeah,
like,
no,
you
no,
know,
you host, you
gigabit
host. Give it a go.
internet and such. Alright.
I'm just gonna go over
God,
here
it's
because
so-
we do need to put in a little.
It's so tempting to pick warrior despite Velg telling me no.
Pick warrior
But
then. I don't pay your sub, so you do you.
oh yeah, you're not sub to me, so yeah, fuck it, warrior.
Woof.
And
I
then
want my shirt back.
GrantZeebs.
Not-
So I
not-
can
not
create a
fucking
game with a
Grant,
difficulty
no.
setting of your choice. Create a game that anyone can join with a difficulty setting of your choice. So am I wanting to create a game? Create a public game?
I would say create a
So
game.
Create a game.
Yep. So we
So
got
not a public game.
normal,
Uh,
nightmare, and hell.
Normal.
Yeah.
normal.
Game speed. Normal.
As slow as you can get. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. Also,
password.
Grant.
I'm just gonna hide
if
my
I have to
thingamajig.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I
Calm
was
your
doing.
rice
If I
paddy.
don't have to have a shirt, you're not having a shirt either.
Why do
Sorry.
I? Hey, you can't do this
Wolf
to
has
me.
Wolf has stolen my shirt, so now you have to lose yours. Now you
That's-
have to lose yours. I'm sorry.
Where's the fairness in that?
The fairness is that we're both shirtless.
All right, so I'm just sharing the Diablo thingy-majiggy in the chat right now. So, so
Yep,
you'll be
yep,
able to
yep.
see as I type in the password.
Okay.
Why am I having a hard
Good
time trying to
enough.
think of a password?
Just
Um,
make it something easy that we can. Well, I mean, don't make it easy.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't think people are just gonna randomly join. Okay.
Alligator 3.
And what's the game ID?
All right. Where do I go for the game? What the? Options.
So I went to no. So I went to the map. So hit tab. That brings up the game
Oh,
ID.
okay. So there it is there.
Okay.
God. Okay, so it just
Okay.
shows up the entire time in there with both the game and the password. Huh. I don't know how I
Huh.
feel about it being just there.
That's fine.
I suppose.
Like I said, how many
19
people are going to have it pre-downloaded? This explicit one.
And also
that's
to like
true.
do the whole you know, what's the music thing? All right. So okay, so we just quite literally just are here.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. My God, your footsteps are so fucking loud. Ooh, Barnum.
Fellow drinking peace.
Gossip.
Good old.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Griswold.
Sorry, everyone will be able to hear
I
that
love
through
him
the
like a
Discord, so I
brother.
gotta mute the Discord
We've
for that
fought
one.
together, you know. Back
Actually, stop watching the
with
Discord. That might make things easier.
Lazarus.
Yeah, the drunk is
Hey,
having
look,
a bad
it's Deckard
time.
Cain.
All right.
Stay a while and listen.
No, it's just Kane.
So we got options, and it just does. Okay, so we can adjust the music and the sound, and that's it. Okay.
Actually, that might be still a little loud. Let me just options. Just turn the sound down because yeah, that
Hello,
is-
my friend. Stay a while.
that's better because that's going to be really loud when I shoot a fireball off and burn everyone to death.
He is a disquieting reminder.
So yeah, when we
Doomed
tested this, we
assembly
initially
entered into
tested
the
this with
cathedral
friendly
with
fire on.
Lazarus that
The amount of
dark
times
day.
that Grant killed me
He
with
escaped
Hey.
his life,
fucking
Hey.
his courage
Although-
I think it was like
Actually-
one time.
left in some
actually
dark
no,
pit.
the one who was the
He
worst at
finds
it,
comfort only
was
at the
Phil,
bottom of his
who then
tankard
decided
nowadays.
to carry around my
But there are
ear.
occasional bits of
I didn't
truth
kill you, I just took your ear.
buried
That was fun for me.
constant
Mhm.
And then would drop it in the middle of everywhere just to say, hey, here's your ear, here's your ear.
Yeah,
Alright.
because it was irritating to you.
Instead of, hey,
What
got your
ails you,
nose,
my
it was, hey, got your ear.
I have made a very interesting discovery. Unlike us, the creatures in the labyrinth can heal themselves without the aid of potions or magic.
Came and
If you
destroyed our
hurt one of the
village.
monsters,
Many were cut
make
down where
sure
they
it is
stood,
dead,
and those who
or
turned
it very
arms
well
claimed
may
were dragged
regenerate
away and
itself.
become slaves, or worse. See, I might have played this game quite a fair bit.
All right. So are we?
Thank goodness you've returned. Much has changed since you lived here, my friend. All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut
Absolutely.
down where they stood, and those who
Good
took up
luck.
arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves.
So I
Or
think if you-
worse. The
Oh
church
yeah,
at the
oh,
edge
yeah.
of
So yeah, if
town
you
has
click
been
on them, it'll
desecrated and is being
it should
used
do
for
the same
dark
thing for you
rituals.
once you click
The
on them.
screams that echo in the night are inhuman, but some
Did
of
it
our
give you the same little
townsfolk
story
may
beat?
yet survive. Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the. Thank
Mhm.
good.
Okay, so he just says the same thing. Cool.
Yeah. So over here. Oh, so I went and bought myself a new controller. Wrong way, Grant.
So they said between the tavern and the blacksmith house. Like that was.
Yeah, I always fell for that one. I didn't. Oh no, dying McGee.
Oh, with
Alright.
some really good voice acting too.
Ooh, who?
Your death will be avenged.
You might be able to listen to it because
Your death
Toad's done it.
will be avenged.
Oh,
Mine is player friendly. Player attack. Okay.
go into quests and click on the butcher.
Please,
Grant.
listen to me. The Archbishop Lazarus. He led us down here to find the lost
oh yeah,
prince.
because it will tell the
Bastard led us into a trap.
it'll play the last
Now everyone is
last
dead,
bit of dialogue
Killed
thing.
by a demon he called the Butcher.
Mm-hmm,
Avenge us. Find this butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest.
Cool. Hi there, Mizuki. Welcome, welcome. Happy
Hey,
maternity.
Mizuki, how you doing? Oop, I didn't mean to accidentally go
Oop.
into the thing, but okay, we're here.
We're in. All right.
Okay, so if I fire off... Oh, did that actually hurt you?
Yes, what? You didn't even aim at me.
What? I thought
I didn't aim at you!
I thought we had friendly fire off.
Grant?
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
Grant, did
Either
you
they
turn
didn't
friendly
fix
fire
the
off in
bug.
options?
Sorry, where am I looking?
Oh, no, you have to stop the game to bring that up.
Oh.
So let's just be very, very careful not to do anything stupid.
Noted.
Val?
We're strong, capable hunters. Oh, cool! I killed that with one shot.
Yes.
There we go.
What do you mean, me? Hang on, pause. I'm not the one that killed you.
I know, I just still don't trust you.
That's completely valid.
Oh. Okay, so that's... Oh my god, you can count. I have no face! I have no face on my model.
Yeah, what were you expecting?
I don't know, like... Ow.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, and you're bitching at everyone else. Okay, yeah, man. See how that is.
Yeah, I'm allowed to, okay? Shut up.
Okay,
Well, let's take this then.
what's the button to, like, show the loot on the ground?
Alt.
Okay, there's no loot on the ground.
Which never used to be a
Don't
thing.
ask Bible, don't ask how big the orphanage is. Yeah, exactly!
There we go, and then there's like another... Oh, demon kit?
Oh, scroll of identified, that'll be useful.
That right dead.
There we go. Ow.
I'm trying so hard to not hit you.
I got a cap.
I think Grant gets full access to gear. Like first dibs, I mean.
Yeah, first dibs, because he's gonna be up front.
Yeah.
So 2 to 6, 1 to 6, and some gold pieces.
Oh, as a note, Grant, you see how this chest is trapped?
I do not, but hang on. I'm trying to kill something that is moving almost the same speed as me.
Yep.
Like, look,
See, this was one of those games where the light radius was actually a little bit more useful.
All right, so there's a
Although,
barrel.
did they have light radius in the in this one? I don't remember.
They do. They do.
They do.
Oh. There we go. All right, so wait, so you're saying there's a trap
chest here?
Oh yeah, you're the warrior, aren't you? You're the sexy lady. This small
I am
chest.
the rogue. So I can unlock
Dante.
that. It's trapped to me.
Oh, a short bow.
Oh, and there was a bow.
That
You
sounds
want me to
mine.
hand it to me
Yeah,
and I
sure.
can identify it for you.
I can't wait for it
so
to
if
be
I
cursed.
Ooh, Scroll of Inferno.
Right click and then boom.
Hi there, Neko.
Add 2 points of damage.
Okay, sure.
There we go.
That's
There you go.
incredible for me. Thank you.
Oh, what about this chest? Oh, it's just more gold. Okay.
How you doing, Neko Dante?
I gotta remember to pick up the gold. Oh, hello, short sword. Right there. How did I miss that?
Uh-oh.
It's really easy to lose track. Alright, so Velk is the rogue, Code is the sorcerer.
Do you have healing potions, Code?
Oh.
No, I've got mana potions only.
Okay.
So
Here we go.
thank you and thank you. I just need
I
to heal.
don't
That should do
care
for
what
now.
gender you are. Put on the maid
Good
outfit.
playing Lord of the Devil in Spanish game. Yep.
What a mace.
Ooh, okay.
Mace to the face, to the face, to the face.
1 to 8, requiring 16 strength. 2 to 6. Okay, so...
Yeah, most weapons will be more viable for you when it comes to melee side of things, because you've got strength over most of us.
Yep.
And you also hit faster in melee compared to us. We act slower if we're using a melee weapon.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of Code with staves.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh my god. Like, it's...
Just the same as you use bows very slowly.
Okay.
I
Alright,
gotta
so
have to
each of
admit,
us
I
have
got
an
addicted to
advantage.
Lords of Fallen really easily. Is it that good? I do need to play Lords of Fallen at some point.
It's another on my to-do list. There's so much I want to go through. And it doesn't help that I've recently, like, because of patch 7.5 releasing, I've had the itch to get back into Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, same. I've just been grinding over this way. So we already have the downstairs to level 2, but I think we need to explore a little bit here to just make sure we get some gear.
There's shrines and books to grab.
Yeah, so we don't want to miss out on any of that stuff.
Code definitely wants the books.
Well, I'll definitely want, I'll definitely want maybe any of the healing spells for us, because that way I can act as healer.
Ooh. I can level up.
Level up!
Oh my god, another blue short bow. Hello, I'm stealing the loot.
Yeah, take that so you can get it identified by Deckard Kane. Oh, sorry, I was trying to hit the imp, but you walked into it.
So, with your level up stats, there is a maximum that you can get.
Okay, so right now my strength is 30, my magic is 10, dexterity is 20, and my vitality is 25. So I'm just gonna put all of it.
Strength and dex is probably the best option for you.
Yeah,
strength, dex, and bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't explain to me what dex does, so I'm just gonna put it all into strength for now.
Dex is to hit and armor.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the...
Arcane power ringed. Sorry, there was something about arcane power there. What was that? Did I get a?
It looked like some shock went out, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think I might have been hit by a shockwave or something.
Saber and a buckler.
Ooh, keep that blue buckler, yeah, because you might want that.
Yep. Saber is 1 to 8 with a higher durability, but I'll keep using the mace until the durability goes down.
Grant got sent to the nether? No. Grant just got hyper himboed, so his voice
You walked
changes.
in front of me!
Oh, sorry.
Here, actually, what you can do, grab that bow, take a wield of it, and you can shoot through those gates.
Oh, okay.
You can also see the...
Alright, so...
how well you use bows.
Ah, Book of Heal Other. I wonder if I should learn the spell. Yes. Oh no, sorry, I thought that was, if I remember.
Okay, I just right-clicked for whatever reason.
Alright, does that mean when I hover over you guys, I can see your health?
Oh,
if I do that?
skill.
Yes. So, your personal skill is to repair an item. So you will restore its durability, but you will lower its max durability.
Oh, okay, yep. Alright, so preferably doing it only... Ooh, Book of Firebolt. Scroll of Identify.
That'll be good for your buckler.
Yep.
Dead people.
Do I pick up the book?
Bow. I mean, you can sell the book. It's useless to you unless you've got the magic to use it.
Yeah, but is it useful to you, Code?
No, I've already got Firebolts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still useful for you because it levels up your spell.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Give it to me then.
Yep. There you go. Oh, and here's a scroll I can't use.
Also...
I forgot about that, it makes it stronger.
Ornate Shrine up here. Don't grab it. Don't do it.
What do you mean, ornate? What's wrong with the Ornate Shrine?
So, if I remember correctly, it increases a spell level by 2, but it reduces your maximum mana by 10% permanently.
Oh, so that doesn't matter to me.
Well...
What, the warrior can be magical, is what you're telling me?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah? I mean, there are some spells. There are maybe a few spells that you might want to pick up as a warrior. If I remember, there were a good few defensive spells that the warrior could utilize easily enough.
Yep.
Jesus, game plays like the old RPG called Champion of Norath.
I reckon this is probably, like, older than... This is 1996 we're talking about. When I was merely a babe.
It came out on the 31st of December, 1996, so... Oh, that's you. Jesus. I almost shot you.
Right? Way to make me feel... Because I was like 5 at the time.
1996. I would have been, and you said in December,
would have been
right? So that would have been, yeah, 3 years old by then.
I was 2.
I was a wee babby.
I need to remember not to keep the map open, because otherwise people can see the ID and password.
Yeah, and like everyone will be able to see it whenever we look at it too. The only thing is I don't know where the fuck I am.
So you want to go to the door that you were just in? So take the door that you just took to get there. I can be your map guide.
Yeah,
head
because
west.
it doesn't show me on the map. That's the problem.
And then you want to take a right.
Yeah. Oh, it does. It's just the coloring is really shitty.
Because we're all red.
It's okay. Your coffee is covering a bit. Yay! I swore hang on. I think I saw blue rags over here.
Yes, I grabbed it.
Oh, you grabbed it? Okay, cool. Because
I don't want it, so I'm gonna give it to Grant. But
we go down one level.
Do we want to go down one level now, or do we?
No,
wanna...
we've got another place to explore.
What? What do you mean we got another place to explore? It looked like we.
Oh yeah, there's a spot just up here. Yeah, I see it.
With a library.
God, the navigation is shit. I have to click everywhere.
Woohoo! Okay, hi. That's a lot of skeletons, Diva.
Man, if only there was someone with the cool spells.
You have a bow.
And then code's in the way.
Sorry, what?
Too much baggage.
No, plain rags.
Book of Healing.
That would probably be best for you, Grant.
Oh, yeah, if you grab that one. Because, yeah, like, you'll probably need that to heal yourself when one of us deals damage to you accidentally.
I can't use it. It requires 17 magic.
Don't open that door.
What door?
Which door? This door?
Yeah. It was trapped.
Because, yeah, I've got Scroll of Healing others. I just don't have, like, you know...
Oh my god. You're like a loot hole.
Why? What are you getting? You're getting all you're getting all the short bows. Hang on, hand me some of your short bows. I think I've got Scrolls of Identify. Hand me them.
Grant's got a few things
Oh,
to
yeah.
identify first.
Rags.
I'm fine with my bow.
And a buckler.
Okay, let me have a look. Buckler and that.
The rags are so close to broken, it's probably not even worth it.
Yeah. Scroll of Identify. Boom. That's 20 to armor. You might want to put that on.
Nice.
Scroll of Identify. That's 1 to Dex. So you might want to put that on.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my inventory, because
Yeah,
goddamn, this thing is not a lot of room.
Nope. Claustrophobia is the name of the game.
Mm-hmm. That's why I recommend only picking up blue items if you get them.
Noted.
Did you grab that Book of Healing for yourself, Grant?
I've got it.
Yeah, because I don't have the magic for it.
You might want to raise magic up to at least 20 at some point. Because what's your magic at the moment?
10.
I would probably raise it to 20 so you can have access to some defensive spells.
Okay.
Grant, you go in.
Alright, I'm going in,
I have enough levels as is, so I will leave them for you.
Sarcophagus with gold.
Hey, stop hitting me, you stupid thing.
Religious Shrine. I don't remember that one off the top of my head.
Alright, let's see what it does. Time cannot diminish the power of steel.
Check the durability of your items.
Um, 32 out of 32, 6 of 6, 16, 15. Okay.
You repaired everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, repaired everything, so that's good for you.
Nice.
So that means it would have repaired it without diminishing its durability value.
Yep.
All right. Do we want to go down or do we want to go up and maybe grab some items?
Because, like, this floor is, like, it's not...
Ooh.
Is it going to refresh when we go up one level and back down?
It won't.
Okay, so...
What we've done is what's done.
Alright, so we might as well just go down.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's go down. So, chat, we're going down. The clown.
Oh, okay. That is...
Ooh.
That's a
lot of
cash room.
bolts in there.
Dibs.
No traps so far. Yeah!
Ooh, I hate... See, that's part of the reason why I hate going... Like, you know, opening doors in this area is... Grant, make sure you move away from the door.
Oh, I can level up. 5 points into my magic. There we go.
It's Coke's turn to level.
Can I go through, please?
Yeah, you can go through now. Oh, a rope. I'll take that.
You gonna go through, Code?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was just making sure. Oh. So healing. Okay, there we go.
Just make sure you're getting some kills, because that's the only way you get levels. It's not shared experience.
Yep.
Sadly.
I probably should raise... I'll raise strength up to at least 20 so I can get access to any decent weapons that may have magical effects on them.
Mm-hmm. Let me through.
Let me in! Let me in!
Ooh, scroll of healing.
Oh, you can take that if you need it.
Yes, please.
Oh, Grant, what's your weapon?
It's a, mace.
A mace at the moment.
Just a regular mace?
Yep.
My robes are better.
There is this, but I don't know if you...
Club of Dexterity? That's cool.
Huzzah, the cooking is done. Ooh, what did you
1
cook?
to 8.
Artemis.
Oh, they're making a pasta bake. 1 to 6 versus 1 to 8. The mace is better because it has like a higher amount of damage.
Okay. Don't open that door.
Not a big fan of... Oh, yeah, that's the
Ow,
butcher's
ow!
room, so, yeah.
Oh, you've got 74 HP. Suck it up, princess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Meanwhile,
need
we've got, like, 30
all of it.
employees.
I'm on the front lines, aren't I? I'm the one that's going against these devil kid.
Yeah, don't open that door, by the way. Don't open that just yet.
Or
'cause that is
do.
where the... Are we strong enough for the butcher yet, though? I think we would
Who
get...
the fuck knows? Let's find out. After all, we need to give Grant the experience.
Ooh, skull cap.
Go
2 armor.
on, Grant.
Oh,
Open
my
the door.
armor's broken. What the shit?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
you got...
It had like
Yeah,
really
if
low.
it breaks, it's gone.
Okay.
Go on, Grant.
Pork
Open
arbo
the
with
door.
rice. Ooh, yum.
Alright, so now I've got... Alright, scroll of healing.
We'll be
Hang on,
over here.
I see a potion of healing over here.
God, I was hitting that so fast.
Because yeah, I've only got a spell of heal others. I don't have spell
Oh,
of
count portal.
healing.
That's fine.
Oh, that'll be useful. Nice.
And then
Let's go open the butcher door. It's time to give Grant the experience that traumatizes so many of us.
Oh yeah.
alrighty then. Alrighty.
Grant,
And
open
just
the
for
door.
safety. Cheese it!
Over here, Grant. Grant, back out here.
What? Okay, first off, you blocked the...
Ow.
Oh crap! No, damn it.
Oh, that's me dead.
Okay. Yep, returning to town.
Ow, ow, ow. No.
Where
What's
does
going on?
Yeah, welcome to
Wait,
this
oh!
fuck-ass game.
Oh, it crashed.
Oh, okay.
No!
Great.
Oh, nope. Grant dropped due to timeout.
Okay, I will try and grab everyone's gear then, and we will, Oh wait, you can just rejoin, it's your game. And it's still up for some reason.
Weird.
Which is
Oh,
weird.
oh, okay.
Don't... You know what they say, don't look a gift horror in the poo pipe.
Hang on. Alright, also, so, game mode, Diablo, restrict, no, so we don't deal with that. Graphics. Oh my god, 480p? Alright, let's fix that.
Oh my god, what?
1440p, let's go. Let's use all the pixels we get.
Oh, make sure you zoom in, because don't forget last time it was like really zoomed out on you.
Oh.
We're using all the
Wait, so
pixels,
you know how I
chat.
said...
So long
you know
as
how I
this...
said that Devolution removed all of the cursed items?
Yeah.
No, the fuck they didn't!
No, never mind, it crashed again.
What?
Jesus.
Let me just double check the unless I accidentally pressed escape enough times where it was just like, ah yes, we're gonna quit at this
Grant,
point.
remember to remove friendly fire.
Yep, okay, noted. Alright. Was there a crash on the application? Let me just do a double check on that one. Grant's PC is
not powerful though.
Apparently a PC from the year of our Lord. Yeah, no, it actually did have a crash. Faulting hardware. It faulted on a process ID. For whatever reason, Devolution was just like, can't do it.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Look how zoomed out this is now that I'm running at 1440p. Goodness gracious. All right. So where am I going for the? Is it game mode?
Yeah, no. So
yes.
yeah, no. So you go to options, and I think it's gameplay.
Friendly fire. Allow arrows and spell damage between in multiplayer even when the friendly fire mode is on. Okay, so we turn that off. We have full quest in multiplayer. Randomized quest. Enable jogging slash fast walking, quick cast, test.
So the only thing I turned on was just the off was just the friendly fire.
Experience bar is added to the UI at the bottom of the screen. Show item.
Book of Healing. I will take that because I think it's probably... Oh, actually, no. We want Grant to have that, don't we?
It's up to you.
No, I'll leave it there for Grant. Actually, I'm wondering. Hang on. The barmaid. We had stuff in inventory with her from...
Storage.
All right.
Yep, no. So she doesn't keep anything from there. Yep.
Okay, so quick save is F2. Alrighty.
Oh, my gold still stayed. So, yay.
0 tier. GrantZeebs is level 4. Join.
Buy...
Let me just...
Because it... Yeah, still the same setup, so it should allow you to join in from...
Alright, let's see if this works. Is it letting me in? Unknown network error. What?
Okay, hang on. Should we...
Okay.
Let's quit out, and then Grant can
No,
reset.
I will grab grab all of your stuff, if I can. And then we quit. Because I don't want you guys to start with nothing.
Yeah, good idea.
Is the game ID that I have... Actually, hang on, you can't see this. Is the game ID that I have the correct game ID?
Hang on, let me
It is. No, it isn't.
That's probably why. All right, so I'm gonna need the game ID.
DYXQG.
DYXQG. There we go.
There we go. That's it. Okay,
Oh my
excellent,
god, I am so zoomed
Holy
out.
shit.
Hit F. I think it's F or G, or there's a button there that allows you to zoom in, zoom out.
That's Z.
G is
Z.
increasing the brightness. F is lowering it.
Oh,
What in the?
actually, that's
Okay,
yeah.
so F does it to the lowest.
Z.
Z zooms it in. Okay. Oh look, there's
You can
a
also
book
talk
of
to Pepin
healing.
for some healing.
Yeah, you might want to grab that, Grant. That's for you.
Cool, awesome. G is gamma. F is for gamma. Oh, he healed me right away. Okay. All right, so.
Oh, good idea. I need healing too.
All right, so all my items are. What?
So any
Lost
items that you
in-
had in your inventory will still be there.
Mm-hmm.
But go to Decade if you need to identify any of them too. By the way.
I'm currently doing the Benny Hill.
Like what in the? All right, hang on. Let me grab saber, and then.
Well, what can I do for you?
Stay a while and listen. No.
I do not recommend taking that portal right now.
I remember hearing this old rumor way back in the day. This was like a rumor that like circulated the playground when it came to Diablo 1 and 2.
All right.
Was if you left the portals open, there was a chance for demons to follow you through.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think
Ding.
that's
In search of answers.
everything.
Right click to read. There we go.
1, 2, and 3 mana potions, just in case I'll need those.
Mm-hmm. My
I'm gonna buy a
goodness.
4th so I can use it now.
Look how zoomed out this is. Even with the zoom in. And then this is like what it normally is. And then this. Like, look at that.
Yeah, you're not meant
Is
to be
that-
able to zoom out that far.
Good day.
I can
That
just
is
see-
like
How may I
fucking
serve you?
Yeah. Why is she?
that is
Way beyond
Age of
mine.
Empires type shit.
Good day. How may I serve you? When Farnham said something about a butcher killing people,
So I don't recommend taking that portal
Discounted.
right now.
but since
Because the butcher is
So do
down
we
there.
wanna-
The butcher is huffing that portal and wishing he could fit his fat ass through it. So we're
So-
gonna walk back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what does that mean for
probably
like the
good
because
idea.
we've all exited the dungeon? Does that mean like we go back in and it's still the same dungeon with no new enemies?
Still the same dungeon. Still the same dungeon.
Oh my god! Look at
The
this.
sanctity of this place has been
Like you can see
fouled.
the entirety of the dungeon right now.
Almost. I can see like where all the torches are and such. Like look at that.
But yes, welcome to the butcher. This is the average experience.
All right, so there's nothing new to kill, so it's just us going in. Is that really
Yeah.
fair? Like,
Yes.
Actually, now I want to test something. Can we shoot someone in order to see if Yep, friendly fire's still on.
I
I probably
swear
should have just punched you.
I swear it was turned off, but I'm guessing the reason.
Well, yes, you turned it off, but the game is still running from your previous settings.
Yeah, because it's telling me like we have to like explore all this again. So
But it also fits into the theme. It's very scared to hit allies. You just
Yeah.
yeah, and what's more is we're doing fairly okay with the friendly fire bullshit. So
Yeah, we've just got to make sure that like if we go to use a big spell, we just say, "Hey, big spell, just everyone move out of the way."
oh my god, he rushes you down.
yes, he does.
Sorry, I am trying to hit him, but I will stick
Yeah.
to healing.
Uh-oh.
The fact that we can't even like see his health and such like that is a bit of a concern. Oh, I have
It's
all
a bit
my
of shit.
items.
Yeah, because you got PvP'd. I'm going up to town. Fuck this.
Oh
Oh my god! I just drank all my potions trying to get away from that.
Hey, look, cows.
Hi.
Okay, but what happens? Okay,
He's
so
not chasing me.
all right, so play this out for me. Like, so we've gone through the first floor. We've kind of explored all of it. We each have like different amounts of XP. So then, what happens now that we've gone through level 2 and we can't get past the boss?
Well, you skip the boss then and come back later. Or
What?
just keep beating the shit out of
What
it.
do you mean you skip the boss?
Welcome to this game, where fuck you and thanks for playing.
That doesn't sound
Well,
right.
probably what we shouldn't have done was gone up. We should have gone down a little bit. There was other areas down in the other
There
area
were.
we could have gone to.
But we wanted to give you the full experience.
Does he even does he gain health after a while, or does he still have the same
restores health,
health?
yeah. They all restore health.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. And
There
Grant
was-
walked straight back in.
Yep.
Yeah. Like you said, Benny Hill. Oh, there's my ear.
So you were definitely killed by one of us.
Yeah.
Probably me.
Lol, that's kind of
Doesn't say
hilarious
that-
that he just Benny Hill, like you said, Benny Hill music
Yep.
playing.
So there was a trick my sister showed me.
Oh, but he's catching up on me. He's gaining.
Oh, can't do that there. Shit. Okay.
So what's the cheese?
I'm a-comin'.
You made it sound like as if there was a cheese here.
There certainly is a cheese, but it requires a door that isn't shit. Let me see if I can find one. Nope.
Yummy.
Gonna try and get out of your way.
Oh. Ow.
Grant died?
Yep.
Yep.
Not
Just-
sticking
Oh,
around
so
for
you're
that.
not even going to attack him while he's chasing me. Okay, I see how this shit is.
Just keep running around. We'll just take turns hitting him.
Okay.
And I totally forgot to heal
scroll in
myself.
Inferno.
Oh, sure. Let me
What
know
the-
when you hit him.
What? What?
That did nothing.
Why did it? Oh, I walked through because like
I'm coming. I'm
Did
coming.
you heal up, Grant?
I forgot to heal up. I'll
Okay,
see.
well, this is going to be interesting.
I'll see if I can take a cheap shot.
Ah. I'm running.
All right, I'll heal up and then I'll. My goodness.
We
Yep.
are terrible.
Ow.
I don't know.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
What ails you,
Ow.
my friend?
Ow. 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 Fuck it, just kill me.
Blah. I saved you.
Yeah.
Oh, if I
The boss
press too
just-
far, it will just. Yeah.
Oi. I'll see you guys on level 3. Fuck this. I'm out. Bye. Oh, level 4.
Yeah, no point in buying items if I'm just gonna lose into this thing.
Yeah, unironically, head to the next level. It's to the east.
Yeah, why don't we just walk back and go down instead of going up, which means he's not going to start chasing us as soon as we get in there.
Okay.
It isn't cheating, Grant. It's really not.
It feels like a
I still want it.
like
I
a
still wanna kill
avoiding
him
the
as well, Grant,
experience.
so-
Yep.
It feels like it's like, look, there's the boss. This is the second floor. It isn't that deep into this fucking dungeon of whatever Mahoozies. So like,
Yeah, but that's the neat part.
The problem is that we're not really like prepared for him.
is he like not something you're supposed to be able to take on at like level 1 kind of stuff?
You can.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea, but you can.
Hence,
So I say we. Are you able to get out from where you are, Velk?
Technically, yes.
All I heard was just the big moans and scream of death. Did you die?
yeah, I heard a scream as well.
Yes, that's why I said technically yes. the best kind of correct.
See, I was
Okay.
expecting from a Blizzard game, you know,
Why?
I don't know, like some decent progression, or like, you know, good
Don't forget,
pacing.
Grant, this is a game where you've got 15 floors you've got to get through.
15.
They can't just make them.
Yes.
15.
So what happens if someone's so you can just skip bosses? What happens if you bum rush the What happens if you just bum rush it all the way down to 15?
You will die. You will die horribly.
Yeah. Good luck.
Oh my goodness.
And I forgot to get any health.
I need to get my shit back.
All right.
Let's not go straight down the straight up though. Let's go a little bit down.
The only direction is straight up.
No. There's a.
I'm looking at
So
the.
as long as you don't go.
I'm looking at the
As
map.
long as you don't go up. As long as you don't go too far up.
It's up and to the right.
So yeah, so if you go to the left, there's a door there on your left.
Yeah, I can't see shit. I need to zoom in.
Yeah, I am walking in this and out of here, so this is a problem.
Oh, I am stuck. I'm dead.
Oh no!
Just use spells.
What spells?
I can't. No.
Well, I'm not doing that. Here.
What ails you, my friend?
Hello, my friend.
I don't need healing. I need you to kill them.
It seems that the Archbishop Lazarus
Please.
goaded many of the townsmen into venturing into the labyrinth.
Well, I killed one.
To find the king's
Yep,
missing
good start.
son. He played
I don't have
upon
enough
their
mana for the others.
fears
Bleh.
and whipped them into a frenzied mob.
I think we fucky
None of
wuckied.
them were prepared.
Yep.
for what
It sounds like we
lay in
fucky wuckied.
cold earth.
Yeah, we fucky
Lazarus
wuckied. Hi,
abandoned
Hawaiian.
them down there.
That's why I was saying we
left
should
in
just
the
go to the next
clutches
level.
of unspeakable horrors.
Or
It looks
wait,
like
you've
you
got
can.
a bow there, Grant. You've got a bow there.
Yeah, but like, there's no like barrier between us and the butcher.
Yeah, Velk needs a bow right
Oh.
now.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, like, when I was joining in the multiplayer, I just clicked my character and I was able to go in here and into the session. Does that mean that like characters can just be like, you know, transferred from like one thing to another?
Sure.
Yeah.
So like we could just quite simply just be like, oh, yep, this session is over. Start a new multiplayer session, so then that way it refreshes the first level dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do, Grant?
Is that what some people would do, or would they just tough it out in the
So-
first one?
The base experience is nothing respawns in this game at all, ever.
Yeah,
Even when you quit out and come back in, it doesn't respawn. That is the single player. That's why you usually skip the butcher until you're stronger.
You serious?
Yes, I am 100% serious. I have not lied to you this entire gaming session.
This does not sound like a good experience. And they made a franchise on this.
The other
Well-
franchises got a little easier.
Ah, okay. So things would spawn, you're saying.
Where grinding actually became... Uh-oh, I aggroed it. I'm gonna... Grab your shit. I've got the butcher.
Oh, okay. Short bow of quality. Ow. Was all your arrows just going through him?
Yeah, it feels like it sometimes. So the stairs are to the right. Yep, just up there. Go into the stairs.
Moving, I don't aggro him. Moving.
That's
moving,
okay.
moving. Got it. I'm down the stairs.
Okay, we just need to get Grant down the stairs then.
And there's already stairs to level 4 straight away.
Yeah.
What ails you, my friend?
You can take the portal this time, Grant.
Alrighty then, cool. So
I
like,
will wait here at the stairs.
if you kept the same character and you're in a single player experience, it would just you would always get the same character. You would always get the same dungeon, and then there would be nothing respawning.
Correct.
That sounds shit.
That's
that was
90's
part-
hard. Head to the head west, east to the stairs, to the stairs, to the stairs.
Yeah, that's where I'm pressing. This didn't exactly have compelling controls.
Just walk into the stairs. Walk into the stairs.
Okay.
Just let me use my WASDs, please. It won't let me though.
You can use controller, but it is very, very hard to use controller.
All right, does the controller? Oh my god, that feels terrible. It doesn't have 8 directions. It has It has just 4. That's terrible.
Yeah.
This is a terrible game.
Could I get my bow back, please?
Oh yeah, here's your bow.
Thank you.
Look, it will get.
It gets better in the sequel.
Oh, it 100% does.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Noted. So this was very much just like a weird experimentation, and when, you know, video game companies were like, you know, we didn't really do this justice. Let's make it again, but better.
Oh god.
And here's the thing: like, the game hasn't aged well. I'm sorry to say. Yeah.
I think it has. We're not going in, but.
What?
Oh god, what is in there? Don't go in, Grant.
Do not go in. If you value your life, do not go in there.
I feel like what we could do is we would have like a different person host the game, so we get an entirely new dungeon map to go through levels 1 and 2. So what if I just walked in there now and had a look? Oh,
you would lose all of your shit real fast and become the world's piniest cushion.
King Leoric's tomb. Ah, okay.
Great voice
Yes,
acting,
he's
by
one
the
of
way.
the other main bosses we'll need to tackle at some point.
Oh my god. Is there like a boss? Is there like a boss on each floor? So it's just.
No, that's the last one.
Well, at least for this set, anyway.
I can't think of another boss. Except for, you know, the last one.
Blep.
Are you sure we're meant to be skipping the floor?
Well, we've got the butcher following us, so.
I mean, yeah, if you do want to do the whole let's restart the run thing, Grant, I'm not against that. So.
Because like it looks like we could restart the run. Like we host another multiplayer.
Okay, I can grab you guys' stuff because I'm still down here.
Cool.
Yeah, grab it and we'll restart the run.
Okay.
Because you can probably just like grab the stuff and then exit or something like that.
And then this time, don't activate the butcher straight away. Let's clear all of floor 2, head down to floor 3, do some clearing there, and then do the butcher.
Sounds good. If the butcher even is here. Because sometimes he could just not show up.
Well, there you go. Oh, look, I can mute Grant. And plus, as well, hopefully we can do a game without friendly fire.
That too. Okay. Oh my god. There are so many things. Ah! The letter ah! Alright. I got your shit. Let's scarper.
So, new game?
Yeah.
And then I go create game.
Don't worry. Don't worry, chat.
Oh,
this
shit,
is our first run through.
All right.
We're doing this first time.
So, create game, normal.
Remember how I said you'd have a horrible time on the Warrior?
I feel like I'm going to have a horrible time irregardless of the class, if that's how the What's-Mahuzi is going to be. All right. Ding, dong. Same password as last time, but it is WBEAC.
Okay. Join game. WBEAC.
Hello,
hang
my
on,
friend. While you are...
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, Velk is level 5 and Code is just level...
Poor word.
Yeah, I killed shit down there to get your stuff back. Okay, so for Code,
Yay.
for
Thank
Grant,
goodness you could
there was also something else for you down there.
Ooh, small active light, a phalogen, a cap, and a buckler.
Mhm.
Alright, so I put on the cap, put on the buckler, small axe of light, 20% light radius.
It might do a
but
lot more damage, but
it holds both. It's held in both hands. Okay.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Rightio.
The skimmy might also be quite good damage-wise.
Noted. Why do I feel like this can almost be a roguelike because of the fact of like, yes, like your character can just have a bad start or a bad run and you just have to do a new one.
Please.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
That's what it was,
Archbishop
yes.
Lazarus,
Oh my god.
you led us down here to find the lost prince. The bastard led us into a trap.
Now I'm
Now
interested
everyone
to
is
see
dead.
whether or not
Killed
we
by a
have
demon he called the
we
butcher.
got the
friendly
butcher.
fire turned off.
Avenge us. Find this butcher and slay him.
Because if friendly
Right.
fire
Our
is turned
souls
off,
may
then I can
finally
start using
rest.
charge bolt.
Okay. I have taken my weapon off.
The sanctity of this place
Wait, does that mean
fouled?
yes? Oh, no friendly fire. Oh, we can go a little nuts.
Grant, you also dropped something else.
That's my ear. I don't think I need that.
Oh, you don't need it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will
he's
take that
gonna be
potion of healing.
He's gonna be irritating with that, just to let you know.
Velk
Well, he doesn't need
Velk already did that joke. You don't get to use it with him.
Just know that if I ever see you, Grant, I'm taking your ear.
Oh wow, this axe is
I
like
should not
really
kill him.
powerful. I'm just
Oh, yeah, that-
hitting things once.
Two-handed axe feels so good.
Thanks Christ being able to use the actual like
Another
charge bolt.
potion of healing.
Alright, I will let you guys farm up, because I'm over-leveled, and I need to repair shit anyway, so...
Gonna grab this mace.
Put it to the face. Oh yeah, my durability on that robe is down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it suffered a little bit of damage.
Haven't we all, though?
Emotionally, physically, or otherwise.
Take your pick.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I regret putting this to 1440p. Everything is just so zoomed out.
That's why I put mine as zoomed in when I switched it over to 1080p.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is that, like, if I click on my inventory, look how far away it is!
Yeah, just a little bit.
Alright, so there's the stairs, so I'm gonna avoid that and go to this door.
See, that was the problem with charge bolt. While you got a lot of it, there wasn't very good aim with it.
A mode that has continued to this very day.
There we go.
That's why I hardly ever used it.
It's fun, though.
Oh, yeah, it is, until,
10.7, next level is at 12. 10,000 is probably what it's saying. 10,833.
Hi, Infra, how you doing? Hey, I never thought I'd see you two collabing together. No, Grant and I have collabed quite a fair bit, Infra.
Yeah, like, we're two peas in a pod. Like, honestly, that is absolutely crazy that, you've got viewers that are like, oh, I can't believe you'd play video games together with Code the Yoshi or GrantZeebs, and it's like, who the fuck do you think we are? Like, We've gone through.
What game are you guys playing?
Book
We
of
are playing
Firebolt.
Diablo 1. Oh, yeah, give that to me, because I will need to level up my Firebolt.
Yep.
Especially now that I don't have to worry about hitting any of you guys with it.
All right, I've got the book. I'm holding on to it. And I see Velk has just decided to run off and, you know, start collecting things. All right. Code on your right.
Anything.
Well, you were going to let us, like, get some levels and such was your thing. All right.
Yeah,
here's your book.
I did. We went up to town.
Did you pick up the book?
I did. I used it.
Nice.
I don't remember what that shrine upstairs does. Or up there does.
Oh, I can't. Okay, tab, and then dink, and then donk. All right.
Hyper Cutie Otter, to answer your question,
wait.
We're playing Diablo.
The power of mana refocused renewed. Cool.
That was a code shrine. So stone 1 is for code.
Ah, okay.
That's alright. I will let Grant have it for this once.
I don't exactly know what it does, but...
You get a lot of gold, Jesus.
Oh yeah, you need it. Ooh, speaking of...
Ooh, Scroll of Healing Others, so that's another one that I can level up if you want me to take that.
Or do you want me to grab it so that I can also heal on the side?
Yeah, it's probably actually not a bad idea for each of us to maybe have a spell like that so we can heal if we need it.
Yeah, I can grab it next level. Wah!
So what's wrong with Holy Shrine?
I don't know what it does.
Wherever you go, there you are. What?
Teleports you randomly.
Ah, okay. Well, it teleported me to a space I already was, so...
Alright.
Nothing
That's
crazy.
a blessing.
Yeah. Last time I did one of those, I think I was teleported into fucking no man's land.
Oh, really? The last time I did one, I got a gangbang of goatmen around me. It was not a good time.
Does it teleport you within the same floor, or can it, like, potentially get you to a new floor?
I think same floor. I've never seen it do it to a different floor.
Okay. Short staff of
charged bolt.
Yeah, and it's blue.
Ooh, I'll take that.
Ooh, a cape.
I do have a scroll of identify, so... Oh, more mana. Yes, please. And I'll hold out on using the charge bolt until we actually need it.
Right, okay. I'm here supervising.
Oh, another potion of healing. Yes, please.
You are a very good supervisor.
No, I'm not. You haven't met me. No, I'm not.
Thank you for the mana potion. Nothing else really around that we need?
There was another door.
There's another place just up the top end over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, note to self, chat. Do not play this game at 1440p. Also, hi there, hyper cute otter. We're going through Diablo, like the original Diablo from 1996. Yeah.
Yeah, Valk and I are torturing Grant with one of the OGs.
Yeah, and so far, like, we've already, like, moved from one dungeon to an entirely different one because we got fucked over by something called the Butcher. Velk tells me that that is the normal gaming experience and that you should just, I quote, ignore him and go to the next floor.
I'm not wrong. That's not even me gaslighting. That is the intended experience.
Which doesn't seem right.
Usually what me and my brothers used to do was we used to restart our games for quite some time and just farm level 1 for a while until we were strong enough to kill the Butcher.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we would be doing here. Is that we're just gonna, you know, work together and keep restarting until, ooh, Scroll of Inferno.
Yeah, but here was the thing, though. We had to put up with friendly fire because we didn't have these available mods to remove that, so...
There was
we
an
were
option
limited.
in Diablo 1 to remove friendly fire, but it did not do anything. That was a placebo.
Alright, so we've
Yeah, it
explored
did not
all
work.
of level 1, so now we have to go down to level 2. I'm
Yep.
still level 4. I have not leveled up yet.
I'm now level 4, so you and I are at the same level.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, also hi there, Infra. Sorry,
Oh, level 3.
I have been, so sorry for not like, being, all that focused on chat and such like that. This is an experience where like all this is new and I'm just, oh, what the fuck? There's a skeleton. There's multiple skeletons firing arrows at me. Fuck you.
But
it's new, it's fresh, it's something that Grant hasn't experienced before.
So the reason why the Butcher is that strong, in my opinion, and this is an opinion, is that it's based around the game's themes of terror. You don't want to do that. You're scared of him now. Which is the idea. This is a horror game.
I'll be real with you, this is a terrible horror game. Capcom did it better.
I'm about to turn PvP back on, Grant.
You can't kill me. I'm right. Book of Holy Bolt. Interesting.
Ooh, that's a paladin type sort of skill if you want to make yourself into a paladin.
Nah, you take it. You take the magic spell things. I'm happy with my axe. I'm not against it, just taking it back. You two just seem so different in your aesthetics and preferred genres. A fat Yoshi that frequents RPGs and horror games, and a buff Zebra that frequents action and survivals, both playing a top-down MMO together. The streaming equivalent of mixing mayo and barbecue to get Red Robin's campfire sauce. That sounds like a cool combo, though. Mayo and barbecue. I've seen chili mayo. So like you get like chili sauce and mayo together. That's a good combo.
You know what's a good combo of sauce? Aioli and barbecue sauce mix.
Ooh, interesting. Oh, sorry, I didn't open that.
It goes fucking hard on a good
shit.
He did not pay attention to his HP.
No, he did not.
I have all these like different scrolls and none of them helped.
I've
Restart
got to scroll
in
a town
town.
portal if you want me to use it.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Let me just talk to the person. Oh, I can level up as well. I'm gonna put 5 points into strength. So now I got a strength of 40. So wait, there's only 15 levels in this dungeon.
What ails you, my friend?
Yep.
Is there anything other than the dungeon afterwards?
Nope.
It's just that one place.
Yep.
It changes every 4 levels, but this is it. It's a very short game.
I'm
So like,
kind of
really
shocked,
focus,
but like at the same time, not for the fact that it's like,
Death will be avenged.
Like for 1996 is like that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I'm like, I honestly thought there would have been like a little bit more just because of the fact of like how big it was, like because this was out at the same time as Age of Empires, wasn't it?
Roughly, yeah,
and
give or take.
I feel like Age of Empires had way more. All right, I'm down to level 2 again.
I'll grab his axe and just that way.
All right, so now I just need
Age of Empires 2 was 1999.
Okay, so yeah, there was like a 3-year difference. What was Diablo 2?
Your axe.
Oh, thank you. Small axe. Yeah. Oh yeah, it just opens up the thing. One of the things I probably should do is fix my resolution at one point, because yeah, like look at this, I'm barely. I can barely fucking see. All right. Oh.
Oh, skull cap. Hand that to me and I can identify it.
Grab it. We'll see who it's for.
Resist fire, so anyone.
It's probably Grant. He's being in the firing line a lot. I say as he's getting peppered by arrows, I'll take care of those for you.
Just this fucking magic going all over the place. Ever since Code learned friendly fire is off, he's just like, magic!
Well, wouldn't you prefer me to be able to use my magic a bit more freely?
It's just kind of funny, because like...
Also, I don't know why, I just noticed the can of microplastics betwixt you two. Yeah, that's Velk.
Yeah, that's Velk.
Hi.
Velk is our designated non-furry circle. It's very important, PSA chat, it is very important, if you are in the furry circle, you should have at least one furry friend, one non-furry friend, I should say. It's very important, okay?
Am I
You
the
need to-
token not furry to you?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay.
In this scenario, I would say so. I don't know anyone else in like
I'm
my
chill with it,
streaming
that's fine.
circles where I have a non-furry friend. Like I have non-furry friends, but for those that are like regulars in my streaming and such like that, no. Like I've got my trivia group, I've got my work buddies, but I don't have like a person that is a familiar, because unfortunately I used to think that some peeps that who knew of me as a furry were like, you know, and that I would like potentially have them come up into the stream. Turns out one of them has actually started becoming a furry, amazingly enough, and is thinking of themselves as an Anubis. My girlfriend, meanwhile, she wasn't a furry when we met, but now she's decided she's a snow leopard. I don't know if I have this kind of superpower where despite this, I'm just like, ooh, furry powers activating. And then they're just like, yeah.
Furry.
They're just like, yeah, I want to be a furry. Yeah.
How can I not hit you? Fucking.
Oh my god. You couldn't hit the broadside of my ass! And you're trying!
Oh my god.
Well, that's the problem with Charge Bolt, though. It just goes all over the place.
He's just got no aim. The aim, whack. The fit, whack. Look at, okay, now he's finally hitting him.
Hey, my fit is fantastic. Fuck you very much.
Okay, so I have, okay, so right click. Oh, okay, so that does it. Raiders! Oh my god, it's Sly Fox! Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time in Kingdom Hearts 3. I was watching that for a little bit before I had to do the thingamadickies. I am going through Diablo. Yes! That Diablo from 1996. It's very zoomed out right now because I'm playing at like 1440p and such. I highly regret that. And I am being aided in my adventures of Diablo thanks to Code the Yoshi and Velk Torem.
Morning.
And we've already made Grant regret going into one door.
Yeah, they've already like I thought there would be a nice linear experience going through, but instead, what ends up happening is I go into a blah 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 blah. I open one door.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, I'm holding too many things. Oh my god, I can barely. Okay.
Hi, Bri Guy. How you doing?
All right. Sorry. I need to do new game. I need to fix my settings. Settings. I need to fix up the graphics.
Yeah.
Because 1440p is way too close. I'm going.
But why don't we scroll a town
wait.
portal? You've got the scroll a town portal, don't you?
All right. Integer scaling
I
is
thought you
off.
did.
Vertical zoom.
Oh no, Grant must have
Show
picked it up.
FPS. Hardware cursor for items. All right.
Grant, I know you can hear us through this.
What? What?
He's still got your ear.
All right. I need the game ID again. Also, hi there, crazy Bree guy. Hello, Mark the Snow Kitsune.
It's WBEAC.
WBEAC. We're back.
WBEA. It's in the game.
It's in the game.
Oh.
There we go.
Now I want to play SSX.
There we go. That's a little bit better. Look at that.
What'd you set it to?
I set it to, I think it's 720 right now.
What ails you, my friend?
Here you go.
Which I think 720 is a good like level, because like sure this bar is like a little bit big and not, you know, taking up much of like the width wise, because it's meant for like a 5x4 resolution. But yeah, anyway, I'm making my way back to the dungeon.
He's making his way downtown, walking fast, faces passing home down.
So yeah. Also, I just missed out on Artemis Snap's message. I will point out I've been thinking of becoming a furry for nearly 10 years. And after 10 years, you met me, and you were told that I streamed and that I was a furry. And you were like, I'm fine with this. And then finally, you became a furry. So yeah.
Oh, itchy.
When I was a kid, that axe I thought was just a lighthouse. I was not a smart kid.
Wait, which axe?
The one that I dropped between us. The one that Grant's probably going to be mainlining.
Hang on
Oh,
a
yeah.
second. Because I like left this game and come back in, my map is like all empty, so I have to like walk around again before I find the thingy. So here we go. Also, I have so many scrolls of healing. So 4, right click. Oh, nope, that was not... Okay, hang on. So scroll of healing, scroll of town portal, scroll of healing. All right, so 3, 2, and 1 are scrolls of healing. All right. Okay, I say this is better, but by God, is it still a pain to navigate?
Timer's right, so yeah, but besides, how could I not like you one damn fine Zeebs? Yeah, see, look, there you go.
Damn
That's
fine. Yep. She stuck with me. She about to see me way more often now. And then I share all kinds of cool zebra art to get her like swooning over me. And then I share other not safe for work art of just like, this is cool, sexy art. And she hasn't shared me any of her cool, sexy art yet. She tells me about all the she tells me about all this like romantasy stuff where apparently romantasy is where all the smut artists are or smart writers are, and hasn't shared anything.
Grant?
Yeah, what's up?
Grant?
What's up?
The axe. The lighthouse axe.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't.
You should try and carry it.
Ding. Hang on a sec. Let me figure out where. Also, why do I have? Fuck that dagger. Oh, because it looks like a little bit. I can see why you thought it was a lighthouse, but.
Yeah, I was like 5 years old.
Yeah, your parents were
Grant,
wrong.
did you pick up who picked up the scroll of town portal, by the way?
I have the scroll of town portal. Anyway,
okay, just checking because we might need to hold on to that just for now.
Fair enough. I'm just
wrong on that.
looking at so saber, fellowships, 4 of 8 requiring 30 stint, and then we got mace. I'm gonna get rid of this club of dexterity. All right, so we got another mace here. Sorry, I just need a 2 versus 27. All right, drop you. So yeah, because I have to like, if you are certain you are ready for it, I shall start sharing. Just remember you asked for it. Yes, because if you start sharing, then I feel valid. I feel validated in being able to share more of like the silly smut stuff that I find on my Twitters and what have you. Like sharing is caring.
So who says that they care?
That's it.
Oh, Jesus.
Besides, if I ever go through a redesign of my persona and such, I then have like an option of being able to go for something that's like a mixture of like the things that I like versus the things she likes. So.
Ah, darn it, I'm out of charges.
Six. I need to remember. I'm rolling my eyes. I've said multiple times, you see it and want to share it, just damn share it. Noted. Note. Ooh, spiked club. And gold. So,
okay,
yeah.
There we go.
So.
I don't know if this shrine is the one with which fills your empty slots with gold.
Glimmering Shrine. Well, hang on a sec. Let me drop all my
it is.
Let me drop all my shit. So then, and we'll see if that's the case. All right, you ready for this?
I could be wrong. It could be the wrong shrine.
Well, here we go. Give it a go.
It won't let me drop it. Why won't it let me? There we go. All right. Mysteries are revealed in the light of reason.
Nope, that identifies everything.
Cool. I didn't have anything in my inventory. What a waste.
Well, you only had white things anyway. It's fine.
Yep.
Nothing would have happened anyway.
Mm-hmm. Everyone on screen be looking fine. One's just better marketed for consumption. The other two are handsome hunks. I think you're being marketed for consumption, Velk. Ooh, there's a door here we can open.
Well, I mean, they are technically a can of microplastics.
Mm-hmm.
I'm inside everyone anyway.
Velk just wants to be inside everyone.
Brain.
I keep forgetting that's a kink.
Hmm.
I'm not used to people.
So, but yeah, one day we'll have like an actual like, you know, not a persona, but we'll have like a thingy. Thank you, Photo the Protogen, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. We'll
Do
have
not open this door.
Noted, because that's the boss door. That door over there with all the dead bodies inside it.
You mean the one that I'm about to open because it's locked?
Don't you dare!
Potion of mana. Ooh.
But what if I did?
Then we'll be very upset with you, Val.
So yeah. I thought I followed
Nothing
a
would
long time
change then,
ago,
hello?
but howdy either way. Howdy, Photo. Maybe it was one of those cases where, like, you know, you were doing like a cleanup of your channels and you're like, oh, when was the last time Grant streamed? And it was during like one of those times where I took like a month-long break during summer/winter, depending on your time zone.
Oh, we can cheese the butcher here.
Give me a
we
second.
can.
Chest. Scroll of town portal and another thing. A closed door. Ooh, closed door over here.
Grant, can you try not to die?
Hang on a sec. I'm not dead yet. Don't you worry.
I'm worrying. I'm going over there to supervise.
I'm alive, and I've got gold. I got plenty of gold. Alright, and I leveled up, so now I am level 5. And I'm gonna put 5 points into vitality, because like, goddamn, am I like, you know, gonna be taking so much damage. Alright, Pix finally edited and uploaded. Nice work, Angrel!
Oh nice. What did you draw?
Was it something from Eternity?
Did you draw Grant pregnant?
Please don't draw me pregnant. I don't want the allegations. Oh, I'll take the full healings.
Book of Telekinesis.
Ah, yes. I remember that spell being so whelming.
So whelming.
That just allows you to grab things from a distance, doesn't it?
And it knocks back enemies.
Yeah.
Wait, were we here before?
Sort of. Cape.
Not really.
I don't know what leveling it up does. It doesn't make it start doing damage.
Oh no, it was photos from Furdu.
Yeah.
Do we want to cheese the butcher then?
Alright, so explain to me.
I think before we do,
how are we cheesing the butcher? Also,
yeah, that was the way. Okay, so Grant, where are you?
I have no idea. Hang on, I'm trying to navigate my way back up to use. So I think it's this way.
So, see here, Grant. Over here.
Yep.
Cage. We drag the butcher over, we close this door, and we're going to shoot at him from here.
Ah, okay. Ooh, chest.
Do you want me to do the honors then?
I think maybe first things first.
We clear out the entire map.
Yeah, let's clear things out, and then maybe as well, go back into town and grab some decent equipment.
Sure.
Yep, I got a town portal scroll as well, so...
I think we've all picked one up at this point.
I haven't.
God, there's so many of these guys. Oh, never mind, you killed them all.
Oh, that's the card.
Yep, Longstaff of Inferno sounds like it. So yeah.
Oh, yes, please.
Also, thank you, Stella, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Just finished dinner. It's bussin'.
I do lose mana, but the damage output is better, and I've got charges to Inferno, which I can use through that door.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Alright, do I have a bow? No, I do not. So I'm gonna need...
Use this, then.
Hunter's bow, thank you. Alright, so...
So one of us will have to go and lure him over here.
And then...
I'll do it.
Oh, okay. But, because...
Grant, you come back over here, and then
So I have to, and then I'm gonna stand, what, like here, and then click... Okay. So probably best for Velk, once they're through the door, to click the door to close it.
Yep.
Mine took forever to cool, but might have to do the topping tomorrow morning before work. Best of luck to yous. Also,
Run, Velk, run.
Really? I thought I'd walk.
Alright.
Okay.
So...
He's over
Can
there.
you see him
right
on your
there.
side?
Yes, I can. I cannot use the hunter's bow. So I'm gonna...
Oh, okay. Swap out then.
Alright, so let me drop the hunter's bow and pick up the short bow. I can use the short bow. Good cheese.
You can thank my sister for this one.
Yeah, I remember doing this too.
I love how it's like, the butcher,
make...
some magical resistances, no immunities. Hey!
That's
He did!
Are now avenged.
Cleaver.
And that's for Grant.
Yeah, you might want that cleaver, Grant.
4 to 24, a durability of 10, not identified. Noted.
Do you have a scroll of identify?
I do have a scroll of town portal.
Yeah. Identify it. You're gonna want to.
Alright, so... Scroll, right-click to read, then left-click to target. The Butcher's Cleaver, plus 10 to strength, an unusual item damage, altered durability. What?
Yeah, its durability is real low, but damn, that damage, though.
Cool.
I mean, you might as well. Should we head back into town, sell some shit, and buy some potions?
I agree.
Alright, let me do a scroll of... Actually, no, there isn't any point, because, like, the floor between, like, level 2 and level 3 is, like, right at the whatsamahoozy, so...
Yeah, so let's just go back and deal with that, and then we can claim the quest and everything.
Also, is there anything in here?
The quest is claimed.
Oh,
that's
it's just...
It's done.
That's just the dead bodies. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's the Butcher's Room. That's all of the townsfolk that have been sent in here.
Also, there's a butcher in pretty much every version of Diablo.
Except 2.
I thought there was a butcher in 2.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know about 4 because 4 isn't real to me. And it can't hurt me.
Sorry. I'm thinking of the one in the cathedral, which wasn't the butcher. It was the other
Smith.
dude. Yeah, the Smith.
Basically the same character model. I can see why you did that, yeah.
Yeah.
I can barely tell the difference between some character models. They're all just blurs to me.
That's because Grant has no imagination.
Yeah, I'm vapid in it.
It's the autism.
The apple in it, like, if the apple is entirely detailed, I don't imagine the apple.
Oh, that's Aphantasia.
Alright.
Gesundheit?
I don't...
Oh, so Aphantasia is where if you're asked to picture something in your head, like an apple, you don't see shit.
No, I can visualize the apple. It's just one of the...
okay.
Like, it's just, like, looking at the, looking at this, like, you know, character and such like that, there's, like, if you asked me to redraw the butcher we just fought, I would have no way of being able to tell you, like, about it. Like, I don't know. There's just something really, really low poly that I just cannot get across.
I'm going to go over to What's-Her-Face and sell some of these books I don't need.
Ogden's
what books?
is a sweet girl.
Holy Bolt and Telekinesis.
Holy Bolt is good. Keep Holy Bolt.
My friend.
Yeah, okay, I'll use Holy Bolt then. Just in case.
That's useful on the final boss.
Ooh.
For some weird reason.
Saber of Strength. Plus 4 to Strength. It has a much higher durability. Good to know.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while.
It also, I think, increases your max mana every time you learn a spell, but I don't
What can I do for
100% know that.
Sell item. Sell the mace. And then...
Yeah, usually some butcher are like the enemy is in these games. Some are cooks into cannibalism to a warrior. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I need at least Uh-oh.
I don't know what happened there. Cloak of Might. Oh, you needed like 1,000 gold for it. Okay.
Yeah, everything's spenny. How much is the Book of Town portal code?
From Thingo, let me have a look. Items.
Assuming there is one.
She does not have one at the moment.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That would be ideal to try and get if we can scrounge up one.
23
no, I don't have
strength
one
and
yet.
23 dexterity. Okay.
Normally, I think it's around 3 grand.
I think that sounds right. Oh, I don't have one either. I don't have any books. Damn. Okay. Go, girl. Give us nothing.
The village needs your help, good master. Some months ago, King Leoric's son, Prince Albrecht, was kidnapped. The king went into a rage and scoured the village for his missing child. With each passing day, Leoric seemed to slip deeper into madness.
Alright, I'll see you guys down there then.
He sought to blame innocent
Hang on one
townsfolk for
second.
the boy's disappearance and had them brutally executed.
Just repairing some items.
Less than half of us survived his insanity.
Yeah, there's not much point in me
King's
buying
knights and
anything
priests
from
tried
that.
to placate him, but he turned against them and
Although it
sadly,
might
they
be
were
worth me
forced to kill him.
buying a new,
With his dying
some new
breath, the
armor,
king called
actually.
down a terrible curse upon his former followers. He vowed that they would serve him in darkness.
Yeah, I'll get some leather
forever.
armor.
This is where things take an even darker twist than I thought possible. Our former king has risen from his eternal sleep and
Okay,
now commands
so
a
there,
legion of
and
undead
then-
minions within the labyrinth. His body was buried in a tomb 3 levels
Sold the
beneath the
robe,
cathedral.
keep the scroll of town
Please, good
portal.
master, put his soul at ease by destroying his now cursed form.
Ah, okay. So this is our next quest, is dealing with the...
King Leoric. Same deal as the Butcher. Usually you skip the level past them so you can
About how the king died.
level up a
Do
bit
a little
so
bit,
you
yeah,
can
do a
go
little
back.
more grinding.
Ogden
Yeah.
and his wife have taken me and my grandmother into their home.
Okay. All right. So I've got 3 healing potions.
There's a
Actually, what I'll do is I'll use
down
up
to
one
hell.
more.
They just have an option for you to go down to hell.
Yep.
And then down to caves.
Which I think is...
I can't get there from here.
You must be at least level
Yeah,
13 to use this. Ah, okay, okay.
So yeah, those are levels that you'll get down to, and then there's shortcuts to get back over to.
Over
them.
here.
Don't worry about wort.
Uh-huh. I have something for sale, but it will cost you 50 gold just to take a look.
To even have a look.
What do you got?
Found a clown in hell.
Quilted Armor of the Eagle. Well, I can't afford that.
Psst, over here.
Grant wasted
He
50
knows
gold.
too much.
Sure did.
He scares the life out of me. Even more than that woman across the river. He keeps telling me about how
But
lucky
that
I am
is,
to be alive.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
You'll get your revenge later, don't worry.
Hang on. Oh no, wait. That's right. We're gonna go just walk back.
Also, like, I can see, like, the butcher's, like, thingy-majiggy is, like, a much different look to what my character is holding. My character is holding a classic axe, but the butcher's weapon is just, you know, not even
Well, I mean,
that.
my guy's holding a very basic staff, and it's like I got the really nice staff. So.
Because the models in this game, well, they could only fit so much in.
Look, fair
You
enough.
will change your outfit a little later on when you get much more better equipment.
Yes.
But your weapon design probably won't change that much.
Alright then, cool. Alright,
Like, this game was like a few meg.
But, yeah, the fact that they were able to get this much crammed into it mechanically is pretty decent.
Grant, you've gone the wrong way.
No, I just, because I'm filling out my map is why.
No.
Oh, I think you know what this means.
Thank you for the raid! I got raided by Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy.
Hello, Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy.
Stay a while and listen.
This looks so jank.
Stay a while and listen. Alright, so we're going down to level 3.
What were you up to, Blue? What were you doing? Were you doing some, Pokemon trading card game?
Blue
Where's your jerky,
robe.
Grant? Grant, where's your jerky?
Where's my what? Who's telling me about a jerky? What?
I'm watching the clip of you getting completely roasted by a monster in Monster Hunter.
Ah, okay. Is it me when I was screaming after facing against Alatreon for the first time? That's probably why.
Yes.
I can't
Oh,
carry anymore.
Code, can you double check something for me, please?
Yeah.
What's your max mana
yes.
before and after reading that?
Okay, let me have a look. Okay, so my mana is currently 108. Oh yeah, it went up a little bit. Like the like my mana went up just slightly, not the overall, but the base, like the mana that was like now. So it went up to from...
Oh, current, not max.
Yeah, current.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did know it gave current, but I thought it gave max, but I was wrong.
Oh, composite staff of firebolt. Let me take that. Oh, 5 to 10. And it's got firebolt attached, which means I've got 2 types of firebolt that I can use now.
Nice. That's a door to...
I'll use the...
Yeah, to a
That
tomb.
is the door to the dude's tomb, so don't go through there just yet.
Yeah.
Or we can try and
Alright.
fuck it, right?
Alright, so I'm wearing a skull cap.
robe.
Those robes are blue, so you'll need to identify them. You're showing the clip Zeebs panicking at the Alatreon. Yeah, I panicked at the Alatreon. It's a real shame that wasn't like recorded on a stream or anything like that. Like that moment then. So you just have like me screaming in Blue's VC while that is happening, and he's just having a chuckle to my suffering.
I mean, your suffering is fun.
To an extent.
Yeah, to an extent. So yeah, we'll explore here first, and then maybe try to deal with King Leonidas.
Leonidas?
Or come back maybe come back after a few more floors.
Leonidas?
Did I say Leonidas?
You sure did.
Leonic is who you're thinking of.
What, is he going to say this is Tristram and just beat the shit? Actually, no, that is exactly what's going to happen if we go there now.
Okay, this might not be good. I left a portal on,
In a door?
Yep. Yep.
Not Blinks. Oh, fucking... I don't want to be here anymore.
What happened?
I would rather be anywhere else.
Okay, cool. If I don't click the portal, I can just walk through it.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Alright, Burning Dead. They're a little bit more fire resistant.
Clues in the name.
So, Zeebs makes me suffer all the time. I do not. All I ask is for a Fatalis enjoyer to come play... Oh, I'm dead.
Well, luckily you did that portal.
Yeah, I did. I just ask a Fatalis enjoyer to come help me once in a while fighting some monkeys. What, is there something wrong with that?
Yeah, I got a better staff at the moment.
Sweet, oh, use it then.
This Rajang-obsessed horse needs to stop. Lol.
I don't have a resurrect for him, so...
That's okay, I'm restarting in town. And then I need to just talk to the dude to heal myself to max. Talk to Pepin, the healer.
What ails you, my friend? Cain.
These monkeys keep targeting me. Yeah, Blue is traumatized because every time he goes up against Kongalana, Rajang, or Bangalanga, he always seems to be getting hit. He always seems to be the one that they target for retribution and grabs.
Look, in his defense, he is very easily grabbable.
Oh, the portal is gone now. What's up with that?
Yep.
Because you
took it.
Potion of
Don't
healing.
forget to grab your Butcher's Cleaver.
Yes.
Yep.
It is only usable one way if you are the portal owner.
and I have
Fighting monkeys on the other side of Bloon's tower defense, or really into DBZ.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, that holy bolt is holy bolting.
Hey, I
Good way
leveled
or a
up.
bad way?
That destroyed everything, so...
Grant, you might want that. One of you might want that book of healing and double up your healing power.
Woo! Oh my god, that potion gave me nothing!
Yep. Hang on. Trying to navigate. Oh,
All right.
Mike, why won't you let me go through the... There we go. Now I gone through the door. Either you're on the other side of Plume's Ave, or you're fighting... No! So, the monkey that Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is talking about is Rajang. Rajang was introduced... Was like a... He's a monkey with like lightning aspect bullshit. And we fought him in Monster Hunter World. Apparently he's a thing in Monster Hunter Wilds, and... Yeah.
No, in Rise.
In Rise, sorry. So, he's not in Wilds yet. But I imagine... Like, here's the thing. I would think this is so funny, but what if... For any of you who are a Monster Hunter enjoyer, maybe you can tell me if this is already a thing or not. But what if there is a dragon-aspected monkey? Because we got the lightning one. We got the snow one. We got the stinky one. They introduced a fire one in Monster Hunter Wilds. What if there was a dragon one?
Oh god, that'd be terrifying.
Like, it would just be, like, spewing out nonsense similar to, like, Devil Joe or...
Grant for a second.
Oh, where the fuck are you guys?
Close back to the
Dragon
second
monkey.
floor stairs.
Which reminds me, I need to gift Artemis Monster Hunter Wilds at some point, so then that way she can play it, and then we can be monster hunters together.
Wow, you must really want to torment the poor girl.
We're doing no such thing. All right, we're doing no such thing. All right, dagger, and then there's a door leading to nothing.
Hey, that's only because you drew me a stinky monkey, okay?
We've already had the discussion of, like, if we were, like, reincarnated as, like, Monster Hunter monsters. You're a... What was it? A, Chotacabra, was it?
Kongala.
Oh,
No, Kongala.
Kongala. Really? Okay.
Everyone says I'm a Kongala, apparently.
Ooh. Hello.
I thought you were
Hi.
the, what's the blue, frog from Monster Hunter World with the, that just eats things?
Oh, Chotacabra.
Yeah. Oh, no, Chotacabra is the green one. You're Dodogama.
Oh, Dodogama. Yeah.
I'm gonna use the book.
What book?
It's a book of Town Portal. And I'm not using a lot of my mana, so it means you can go free on it. And whenever you need to go back to town, you just let me know.
Cool. Can you let me through, please, code? Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Ooh, Book of Healing.
Too much baggage.
I can't carry the Book of Healing for whatever reason. Oh, because I got these rags I can put on. Then I can grab the Book of Healing. I need 24 magic. Velk, do you want this Book of Healing?
That would be for Code then. He can also eat it as a snack. For extra manas. Shit,
Okay, there's a thing down as well.
This shrine is a cursed one. I remember the name.
Okay, well, don't touch it then.
Fascinating. Noted. I will not touch the shrine. I got a feeling I'm gonna be called upon a lot for hunts. We don't know that just yet.
So, I think that's one of the ones where it reduces your max mana by 10%, but it gives you 2 of a spell. But since it reduces your max mana, it's like, why would you?
Not enough.
I don't know, for shits and giggles.
I'll snag that still.
There we go.
Oh, are we spamming this again?
No, I just wanted to recharge my firebolts.
Ooh, potion of healing. I will take that.
Yeah, you take that.
Because I don't get a lot of I don't get a lot of like mana, so. All right, Shopo 1 to 4.
There's a downstairs just to the south, just near the stairs.
You don't want to investigate the Tomb of King Leoric, see if we can even attempt it?
Let's explore the down area first.
Okay.
And then maybe head back into town, buy some potions and everything like that before we even attempt it.
Sounds good.
Because like down here, guys, down here.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it on the map.
Oh, okay.
Because like we could attempt it, like, you know, because I think the Oryx wasn't too hard, and given that I've got Holy Bolt, should help a little bit. All right, we'll wait for Grant so he can go through first.
Oh, this door here?
No, that door there.
There we go. Ooh, Scroll of Flash.
Scroll of Flash.
I'm
glad we all knew where we were going with that.
Apparently Artemis has plans for me. Oh, a cape. A blue cape.
Oh, nice. I got a level up. Should I be raising anything else? Oh, no. I'll raise, like, magic until it gets to the max and then raise other things.
I got the cape. I will identify it for us. Actually, that might be for you, Grant.
Ooh, nice. Cape of Light.
You were just bitching about that.
Nice.
Oh, light radius.
Fair
Should
enough.
we go up then?
Let's see if we can get to the... Okay, so... That has us going up. We need to be going down, don't we?
Yeah. So we can either take on King Leoric at the moment, or we can explore another floor down and try and gain a few more levels.
Let's go a floor down, because, like, if the Butcher is anything to go by, I imagine, like, King Leoric is going to be a bit of a pain.
Yeah. It's not as bad, but it is bad.
And I think we'll definitely at least need some good leather armor or something like that
Oh,
before
look,
we even decide to go.
level 5 right here.
Nice.
Nice.
You could, but we got shit to do.
Don't stop running around.
If you want it.
Ah, Book of Heal Others, yes, because I can...
Scroll of Healing.
You might want to take that Scroll of Healing.
Something or
like...
rather. Book of Firewall.
Oh, I will take that.
Friendly Fire is
no
off.
Friendly fire, remember? No friendly fire.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't trust you.
I do not trust you.
Take it anyway. Scroll of Mana Shield. Book of Healing. Scroll of Phasing.
Mana Shield?
Oh, I can't use the Book of Healing because I need 24. Phasing requires 25. Infravision requires 23. So I can't use any of these. So you best take these off me.
Yeah.
So, because I want to do way more.
Vision. What's that even do?
I believe it lets you see enemies through walls.
Okay.
Damn it, I used the
You're
wrong...
getting stun locked. So Holy Bolt only works against undead enemies.
Once again, my cape is ruined.
Not enough mana.
So, like the ghost of King Leoric.
Yep. Or Diablo. Don't ask how that makes sense, because I haven't got an answer for you.
Oh, I died. Oh, fuck, because of that thing.
Hang on. You don't have to... I gotcha.
Oh,
damn it!
I got killed.
I don't have any more reses.
I'm just restarting town. As you can see, there's a town portal, like, right there, because I accidentally clicked the wrong scroll.
I'm gonna go through the town portal, so...
Okay.
What ails you, my friend?
Velk, you might want to go through the town portal.
Can you pick up my stuff?
Hello,
Everything's
my
fine.
friend.
Everything's fine.
Stay a
Everything's
while.
fine.
The story of our king is
You are now free to
the
enter the
tragic
portal.
fall of Leoric was a harsh blow to this land. The people always loved the
Stretching!
king, and now they live in mortal fear of him.
Ugh.
The question that I keep asking myself...
Oh, I'm not hyper himboed anymore. I should
so
set my himbo back to normal.
As Leoric had always been the holiest of men,
I'll bring your stuff up,
only
though.
the vilest powers of hell could so
Thank you,
utterly
thank
destroy
you.
a man from within.
Which means I'll leave my stuff down here.
Alright, cool.
Oh.
Do I have anything for him to identify?
Okay, so...
Ooh, the
sell
long
item.
sword. You require 30 strength and 30 dexterity. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Because, like... Oop. Ow. Thank you.
I could
Red
buy
Skull.
Grant some leather armor if he wants it.
I can't carry
There's leather armor on the floor.
Hang on a
there you
second.
go.
I need to...
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Alright, skull cap gives me fire resistance. Hey! Artemis! Leather armor, thank you.
What did Artemis steal your shirt?
She did. I need to go to the bathroom, though. I am so sorry, though. I'm gonna...
No, go piss, girl.
Go piss. Do a little dance.
Gives us time to grab some stuff. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down and out. Get down and out. Boom, boom, boom. Fry that chicken, girl. Ooh, she charges a lot to recharge staffs.
She sure does.
I needed recharge. Like, I could be buying full potions of mana. Actually, I'll buy one full potion of mana. Thanks for the belly hug, Angrel. Oh, yeah, Angrel. Yeah, remind me at some point you and I need to talk about doing a Remnant 2 playthrough. Ow. Hi, Rocky. How you doing? I search a soul in search of answers. You don't say.
Don't say. All right. God damn it. I should have waited just a bit longer. Wait, waited a bit longer for what, Artemis? Here we go. Dink.
Ah, Firebolt. Yeah.
Dunk. And then Dink.
Angry, the store closed on the app right when I was going to order checkout. Oh.
Ooh.
That sucks.
Ooh, I can use the scimitar now.
Okay, so it's level 5 on there, but what's the charge version? That doesn't say what level it is, so it's probably weaker.
Ugh.
Yeah, keen to, but need to try and grab it when it's on sale, though. I already had it, but I don't. Yeah, I need to, I think it's available through Game Pass for the base game, but if we want to do the DLC, we are going to need to pick that up separate.
All right, so question. Do we want to go through the town portal?
Yes, but you lost.
Yeah, you lost.
Yeah. So, yeah. This game is 30 years old. Yeah, it's 30 years old, and it definitely has some problems. Is that everyone?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's everyone. Thanks for making me feel old, by the way. Thanks.
Hey, I feel old from
That's
this
your
too.
cloak, by the way, Code.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Thank you.
Why can't I go through the door?
Because there's things in the way. Oh, blinks as well. Okay, so blinks teleport around. Have fun with them.
Yeah.
Oh god, Grant.
Yeah, that's a lot of things in there.
You don't fucking
dead.
stay.
Okay. Portal's up for you.
Cool. I didn't realize there's gonna be
God.
that much stuff. God damn, this is not an experience I think I would have wanted to have playing this solo.
This is why we decided to go in together.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative for those that are
Ow,
here.
ow, ow. Yep, no, that hits.
Still... Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure.
No, that was still a good call.
I'm guessing there's a wall of fire now that is burning anyone that walks through.
Yes.
Sure is.
Cool.
It was only temporary, but was the only way to stop Valkanai from dying.
Yes, 100%.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Okay.
So, Grant, what did we learn?
Things hurt.
I can't.
And don't run ahead.
I'm sorry, it was one door.
Yeah. Doors are scary. Very scary.
This is ridiculous.
Oh god. Speaking of.
This is shorts. I'm dead again.
Oh yeah, they hurt. Yep, someone there hurts. Yep, there's a boss there. That's why.
Oh my god.
That's
Okay.
fine. The portal's still up.
Cool. But it sounds like I don't know if that's gonna be a good experience.
No, he
It's
killed
fine.
him.
The boss is gone.
A door calls people, people's mum's fat. What?
And doors call people's mom fat. I don't know.
Oh, I need to
yeah.
go back up and repair anyway. So, your stuff is safe down where you died.
Grabbing... Oh, a holy bolt staff.
Alright, Butcher's Cleaver. Gold.
Not very powerful, though.
Anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Oh my god, I need to drop some things before... Oh, god damn. Nope. Gerard the
Don't go that
Mad,
way.
or whatever the fuck his name is. Alright,
Oh, Garbad. He's friendly. Just go say hi.
Alright, there is a short staff of lightning and a scroll of resurrect. Also, what is the Dark Exile? What the fuck is this?
So it came to be that there
Probably
was a
don't
great
touch-
revolution within the burning hells, known as the Dark.
Is this Uncle Max from Ben 10?
Evils overthrew the three prime evils.
Maybe.
And banished their spirit forms to the mortal realm. The demons Belial, the Lord of Lies, and Asmodan, the Lord of Sin,
Scroll of
fought
Fire
to claim
Ball.
rulership of Hell during the absence of the three brothers. All of Hell polarized between the factions of Belial and
Hang on, let me hear the
Asmodan,
voice.
while the forces of the high heavens continually battered upon the
Yeah, that
very
is.
gates of Hell.
Huh.
There you go.
So, Grant, you should go speak with Garbad. Speak with him, you monster.
Please, no hurt, no kill. And next time, good bring to you.
Huh.
So there you go. And he and Grant wanted to kill the guy.
I wasn't too sure, okay?
You're a monster, Grant.
So is he!
What? Why?
Wow.
Why is he a monster?
Wow!
Explain to me with your
We're in a
word
dungeon.
mouth.
We're in a dungeon filled with demons where everything wants to kill us, and you're telling me this one guy? Oh shit! Shit! I'm nearly dead.
What was he running after us to attack us?
Not enough mana.
Get behind me! Grant,
Just
move
leave him
out
on
of the
fire.
flame. That's why I said get behind me.
Okay, Grant here.
Thank you.
Sorry, I did say get behind me to, you know.
Mm-hmm. You did.
So in my defense, if you still died from that, that's your own fault.
You should go back and speak with Garbad.
What, speak with him now?
Yeah.
Hard leather armor. Ooh.
I will identify it for you, Grant. I don't have any scroll. Oh wait, hang on. No, I thought I had a scroll of identify.
There was a
there we
scroll
go.
lower down.
Absorbs half trap damage. There you go, Grant.
Armor of
I will take the leather
thieves.
armor. Oh, actually, no. Velk, you should have the leather armor.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'll just sell that. I'm spending all my money on pots for everyone.
I'll take the saber and I'll get that identified for us, Grant.
Oh, I didn't realize the saber needed to be identified.
Okay, I talk with him.
Oh wait, Grant, you talk with him. He might drop something for you.
Oh, okay.
He didn't drop anything for me.
Try talking to him.
Something for you. I am making again.
No, I am making something for you again.
Something for
Okay.
you.
Okay. I think it's just the one time. Because
Nope,
again,
it's not. So come over here. Hey, we should speak with Garbad.
Hold up.
Oh god, wait, hang on, pause.
Nothing yet. Almost done.
okay.
What did he give you?
He said nothing yet. Almost done.
Hey, you should speak with Garbad.
Spiked club and
spiked
warhammer.
and a warhammer. I'll take those to get them identified for you.
Scroll of Inferno.
Potion of healing. Let's go speak to Garbad. I'm gonna go speak to him.
We should supervise.
I'm gonna take the
Why? You
wild
think
guess. I'm gonna take the wild guess that he doesn't like us exploiting his hospitality. The kitten decided she wants to start jumping on the entertainment system now.
Ow! Valk knew that was gonna happen, didn't you?
100%. I'm surprised you didn't.
I'm not impressed.
I completely forgot about that. To be quite frank with you, yeah, I completely forgot about that.
All right, I'm going to go through the portal.
Yeah, I need to buy potions again. Because I gave them all to you guys.
Okay. I should probably buy potions as well. How much are potions?
50 each.
Okay. So they're not.
Yeah.
They're not like expensive.
No.
What ails
I
you,
wouldn't
my
say
friend?
they're cheap though, but still.
Potion of healing. Potion of full healing. Scroll of resurrect. Potion of rejuvenation.
I will do the hammer for you, Grant. Oh, Hammer of Might, +9 to strength.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's going to be better than the Butcher's Cleaver.
Depends how much damage does... Because the Butcher's Cleaver does 4 to 24 damage and only has, like, 3 durability left out of 10.
You can repair
5 to 9, unfortunately. But you can repair the cleaver, though.
Yeah.
At Griswold.
I'll repair it at a different time, because it's still got, like, you know... the durability has not been going that far. Oh, Charge Bolt you were giving for code. Never mind.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my friend.
Useful.
Stay a while and listen.
Spiked
I also
Club.
thought when I was a kid, the potions of rejuvenation were absolutely Mountain Dew.
Yeah, they kind of did look like that, didn't they?
Yeah. As much shit as I'll give younger me, that one's on the mark.
3 out of 6. All right, I'm gonna sell that item.
Whoa,
All right, well,
what
since you
can I
didn't want
do for you?
the... Oh, hit steals mana.
For what?
Saber of the Bat, hit steals mana.
Oh yeah, keep that then, damn.
That's going on me. Jagged Club of the Bear, 31% damage. Knocks target
many
back,
of the weapons
requires
and most
18
of the
strength.
armor that King Leoric used to outfit his knights. I even crafted a huge two-handed sword of the finest mithril for him, as well as a field crown to match. Still can't believe how he...
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun.
Hang on, I've got some stuff I've got to sell, so...
3 levels.
Alright, so
1 second.
Because, yeah, I've now got, like, 3 potions of healing.
And the Spartan Star litter box training has been working. Excellent. So Kitty's been using the litter box properly. Kin decided to start jumping on the equipment center now. Oh, no! Okay. What does Scroll of Flash actually do? Is it just like
Flash
a blinding thing?
Is an AoE around you that does a amount of damage.
Okay, so best to keep.
Excuse me.
Phasing, I'm guessing, walks
I
through
sense
walls.
a soul in
Nope, that teleports you randomly.
Yeah, I'm not having that.
Potion of Mana, Scroll of Identify, Firewall, Inferno.
There's a reason it got buffed in Diablo 2.
The dead who walk among the living follow the cursed king.
Scroll of Town
He
Portal
holds
Keep.
the power to raise yet more
Scroll
warriors
of
for an
Inferno. Probably don't
ever-growing
need that since
army
I've
of
got
the
the spell.
undead. If you do not stop his reign, he will surely march across
And
this
keep Scroll of
land and
Resurrect.
slay all who still live here.
Buy items. Pearl Staff of Firewall. And let's buy some mana potions. So.
The village needs
And
your
a
help,
full
good
mana potion just to fill me up before we go. At least now I can steal some mana, which is good. Even if it's only 3%, that's 3% more than what I can normally do.
Is it stealing mana or is it damaging mana?
So it says steal, hit steals 3% mana. So we'll see if that steals my mana or the enemy's mana.
All right.
I mean, I've got my thing back. So if it does steal my mana, I can always just remove it.
I live.
No, I think I was gaining mana.
And that's all of my potions used up. God damn.
Welcome to the warrior experience.
Yeah.
Look, Grant will get better. He just needs to, I think, maybe invest a little in some magic so you can use certain spells to give him boost.
There's not really any spells that could help that. That's just the melee experience in this game. It's awful.
Ooh, Claymore, Broadaxe, and a lot of gold, so...
And a composite bow.
We'll see how it is. I'm not holding my breath there. It's the same damage as what I currently have.
Scroll of Flash requires 21 magic. 9 out of 20.
I'll have to scroll that if
Butcher's
you...
Cleaver is 2 out of 10. I am going to repair the Butcher's Cleaver this one time. Goes 9 out of 9 now. Okay. So it didn't get rid of too much durability, which is a good thing.
Oh, that's trapped.
Yum.
Wish there was an easier way to hotkey friggin' spells.
Yeah, I don't think they did the function keys until... Oh, hello.
Long Staff of Inferno.
Yeah, I can't learn that, so that's for one of you guys.
And a Hunter's Bow.
Portal, I will take that.
Yeah, nothing.
Short Staff of Healing. I'll take that.
Hi, Silent Orange. How you doing?
Hi, Soylent! Welcome, welcome. Alright,
Yeah, Grant's playing the OG. He's not having a great time, but, you know, it's like, it's the OG. You can't expect much.
It's an experience is probably the best way I can talk about it, given the age of it all, and, you know, I don't know, like, maybe like I shouldn't be thinking of like Blizzard from like Diablo 2, Warcraft 3 kind of pedigree, and more, you know,
this
Diablo.
Was before they were well, this was as they were put on the map.
Yeah.
Because their previous game before this was the Lost Vikings, which, put your hands up if you heard that one in chat.
Oh god.
Chat, press 1 if you've played Lost Vikings.
Because not many people have, and if you have, I'm so sorry, that game is not good.
Davy Boy, Silent Orange.
And that's about it.
Oh no, Warhorse.
Okay.
My chat is filled with people that just want to feel nostalgic again. That's why they live vicariously through me. Like Final Fantasy XIV players when they hear a new person is going through the vault.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You first.
Yep, cool. Let me...
Grant, can you show yourself for a second? Thank you. There you go.
Hang on a sec. I need to drop.
let me
I need to drop a potion. Hey, Jack.
Oh, big
Why can't
stretches.
I go? Oh, because this barrel's here.
And there's a skeleton, maybe.
Yep. Ow. Book of Town Portal.
Oh, that's another one for code.
Does code have the Book of Town Portal already? Rip.
Yes, but it reduces the mana cost of it.
I saw Warrior and I picked it, okay? And it's a good thing I'm playing with 2 other people where they're playing the other classes.
I did tell Grant that he's gonna be having a bad time.
You did.
He was warned.
You did. You did.
Let me take that because I'm gonna get that identified for you.
Ah, okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, and here's a claymore that can get identified.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I kind of wish there was an easier way of doing like switching between. Like, if I remember correctly, controller had hotkeys, but the problem is that I don't remember the setup for controller.
Hmm. All right. Ah, excuse me. Can't hear you, alas, but I'm alive. Wait, say some stuff, chat? Velk, code?
Hello?
Apples.
No, okay, you're still coming through. Discord was having, like, some problems, like, here and there, where for whatever reason, sometimes it wasn't taking the comms through. Hey! Soylent! How dare you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play the controller like this, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So, do we want to go down a floor, or do we want to go back up a floor in order to deal with the crazy king?
We should go for King Leoric. That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, before we do, let's go in, grab some potions, repair any equipment, yada 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 yada.
I'm way ahead of you.
I'm
There
for
is
that.
a portal near the entrance.
Alrighty then.
Of that place.
Of Leorix, or
Yeah, I see it. I see a port. Oh no, it's at the door. It's
right
at the.
there, right
it's
there.
at the.
Okay, yep.
Sorry, not the door. The town portal from Velk. Alright. So I got a scroll of healing.
This is for Grant.
Helm of Radiance. Oh, yes, please. So I'm going from a red cap to. All right. So that.
Oh shit!
So
Broad Axe of the Sky. 1 to all attributes.
Ooh.
Damage 8 to 20. Durability 35 out of 50. Requires 50 strength.
That could be good for him.
What's
Claymore
Potion of
fire.
Rejuvenation
That's really
do?
about it.
Restore some life and mana. Ah, okay, so that's what. Ow, Blue! Stop hitting me! Broadaxe of the Sky. Yep, I see it. So, how much do I need for the... Where's the Broadaxe of the Sky? There it is. So I need 50 strength. I think I only hit 50 because of the Butcher's Cleaver, though, is the thing.
Yeah.
Also, be sure to get the red skull cap, because, you know, doesn't require...
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the small Axe of Light, because I'm not using that. And...
Maybe put that axe in your storage, too, by the way.
Alright, fine, I'll put the stuff that I'm not using into storage.
Good day. How may I serve you?
I need some leather armor.
In Diablo 1, all potions are instant. It's Diablo 2 that changes. The problem with Diablo 1 potions is that they are completely random how much they give you.
Ah. Okay, so that's why some of them are like...
Yeah, some of them have been watered down.
Alright, that...
Some of them have been outright spat in.
Alright.
Adria.
Oh, so I've got 1, 2, 3, like, potions of healing.
What can I do for you?
Any premium items I can? Spiked Club of Light, and that's about
Also, it might be a good idea to put any gold you don't want to lose into your storage as well.
Ah, okay. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Good day. How may I serve you?
No, that's the withdrawal.
How much would you... Oh, how much... Nope.
Just drag it in from the inventory, and yeah, it'll go in.
There we go. Done.
And I'll put this staff there, so that way I'm not going to lose that. That way if I need the staff, I've got it. I need a buckler at some point, because, like... I know, right, Soylent? It has been a while since I've played this game.
This is my first time.
I think we were already having Grant regretting it.
A little bit, yeah. I would very much just like to stick to my nice and cozy Greek vacation of Titan Quest.
Diablo 2 is so so much of a difference. Wrong way, by the way, Grant.
Also, Grant, you went the wrong way.
What do you mean the wrong way? Oh, because we're at level 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so back up to level 3.
So Diablo 2 is a lot more Titan Quest-ish.
Okay.
Like a lot more.
You don't really need to go through Diablo 1 to understand Diablo 2 because it does give you kind of a recap of what happens a little bit. But I find that if you want to go through the full games, you can.
Yeah, because that's what I want to try and do. Oh, it takes us into a new zone.
The warmth of life has entered my tomb.
Ooh, okay.
Sure does.
I'll serve my master for eternity.
We love the voice actor.
Who is the voice actor?
I believe that is Chris Metzen, the same voice actor from Thrall. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the names very well of voice actors. But it's the same voice actor as Thrall.
Okay.
Just be careful opening doors willy-nilly, Grant.
Especially in this place, Jesus Christ.
There we go. All gone.
There's a lever there. I do not want to pull it.
Yes, Chris
Pull the
Metzen.
lever, Kronk! Oh. Hi, Onyx. How you doing?
Yeah, you are gonna get quids in on your holy bolt here.
There we go. Oh.
The chesticles.
Book of Telekinesis.
Telekinesis.
And an axe. I'll pick up the axe.
I'll take the book, because I might as well... is it even worth learning?
What, the telekinesis?
Might as well,
Yeah.
just in case there's any cool nonsense. Oh, I
It's
can level
extra
up.
mana.
Alright, so we got... I'm gonna... Can I increase my... Let's see, I can increase my magic up a point. You know what I'm gonna... Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put, like... I'm gonna put 2 points into my magic, so then that way I got 30 mana, and then the rest into vitality. So I'm just over 100. So then that way, like...
Let you flip switches through walls and stuff? Yeah, I just didn't really find much of a use for it, was the only thing.
Okay, Grant. You do you.
I'm just going along the edges, don't you worry.
Yeah, about that. He's about to find out, isn't he?
Yep.
I'm alive.
Run back if you need.
Let me take care of all the small fry to get some levels in.
Okay.
Also, potion of mana available for anyone. Also, what's with all the crucified skeletons?
Couldn't tell you. I've never seen them before.
Rest
well,
well,
he did.
Leoric. I'll find your son.
I'd like to think my random, like, hit it at that moment there is what killed him.
Sure.
Yeah, not the holy bolt that I was firing off.
And he had so many arrows in his skull that he's now got them instead of eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright,
I think we all work together on that one.
What's the undead crown do?
You'll have to identify it.
Don't you have a spell that does that for, or is that not a native ability you have?
I don't have that.
No, and I don't have any things for it.
So...
To the identifier, Mobile!
I will go and identify it.
Let me go pick up some gold.
Might need to get my gold out.
Let me
from
take
my
care of
thing
the
out
small
for it.
fry, he says as the boss goes ham on the squishy ranged. Look, I'm squishy too, okay? I don't think Diablo has even, like, done that good of a job of like, you know, they just made it so it's like the classes have different
Oh, okay,
damages,
so-
they don't have different roles.
Okay, so your gold is pullable from your storage.
Hello, my friend.
We do have
Alright,
rolls.
Crown of the Undead.
Listen.
Ooh, Axe of Skill, +7 to Dexterity.
Hello, my friend. Poor
Crown of the
Farnham.
Undead, life stealing, armor class 8.
I think that's just going to be for Grant then.
But I fear that it was only part of a greater evil
Grant,
at work.
take the crown.
However, we may yet be saved from the darkness that consumes
Hang
our
on,
land.
I'm hearing
Your
what the
is a good omen.
what the
May
tavern
God
guy
guide
is
you on your way,
saying.
good master.
Class change to Lich. What? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, he's just being silly. There you go.
Cool.
Yes, Rocky, I can see you there hitting me with stuff.
Ooh, life stealing. I like that. All right. Then the Helm of Radiance is available for anyone.
Good.
Saber of the Bear knocks target back. Yeah.
What ails you?
Ew, Grant.
What?
You left something in the hat.
Knife steal and knockback basically make you an invincible warrior. So there you go.
Well, what can I do for you?
Noted.
Ooh, I got an ogre battle fan in the audience. He's never heard of that game. Okay. I think Rocky was being a little bit facetious.
There we go. So 50 of 50.
In search of answers.
All right. Nyom.
Okay, I'm gonna buy full potions of mana restore. Nothing really there. Okay, hang on. Let me come back and I will go through the portal.
Oh, there's a door here. Oh, Jesus.
Grant, did you do a fucky wucky?
It's okay. I have lifesteal. I am alive.
Grant is gonna end up sleeping in the forever box. That's right.
Hey, this is why you gave me the lifesteal thingy. Oh, a warhammer and a long staff of blue, and a book of inferno, and another skull cap. Ooh, potion of full healing.
Okay, I'll take that, and the book, and I can take that and identify it too.
It's where liches are the best casters in the game, but require an undead crown item to promote into lich. Okay.
He's talking about a game.
They're
being nerds.
Being nerds in our nerdy stream of playing a really old game because I wanted to experience where Diablo got its start, because everyone's like, oh my goodness, if you really want to make an ARPG game, you gotta learn from the greats like Diablo.
Are you still regretting it, Grant?
Yeah, a little. A little regret.
Look, I think now that we've really started to get our equipment together and stuff, I think we're gonna have a bit better of a time.
Yeah, that is.
Especially since we're going to the level 5.
The fuck is at the level 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is when the warrior becomes unviable.
While I have like.
Which is why I said to learn a few spells, which maybe you might want to look into getting Holy Bolt at some point.
Noted. If we find a Holy Bolt, I will read it. Also, the walking sound while we're all like walking at the same time is such an aggravating noise.
Walk.
Yep. All right, and then we go instantly down another floor.
The smell of death surrounds me.
The smell of death surrounds me.
Oh, look, my character did say that.
Oh, stalkers, no. No.
No. Shooting us. I can't see them. No. Goatmen. I got plenty of mana. Complete RPG based game series. All side series of Lord of the Rings.
That was a lot of words.
He kind of lost me there. Yeah, he kind of lost me there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Why? Oh shit!
Shadow Drinker.
Oh shit! Oh, Grant's done locking him?
Did he die?
No, not yet.
Now he did.
Oh, a longbow.
Potion of mana. Thank you.
It actually might be best if you keep that and use it. I'm gonna go identify things. Yeah. Like, if you can identify it, or if you can use it, I recommend having at least one ranged option.
Dang it, I died.
No, good thing the portal's still up.
Yeah. Run, Grant, run! Oh, heal, heal, Grant, heal. I will identify this stuff, because I might need it.
I am still alive.
Oh, 7 of magic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, come on up and identify some of the things you got.
Cool. I don't know if I'm holding on to anything for identification's sake. No, I'm not holding on to anything for identification's sake.
Okay.
You are the bow.
Oh.
Oh.
It could be very good for you.
Armor and strength.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Long bow of maiming. Add 3 points to damage. Requires 25 strength and 30 dexterity.
That's incredible.
1 to 6 damage. 1 to 6 damage.
So it's then 3 to 9 damage.
Add 3 points, so it does 4 to 9.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, if you won't use it, I absolutely will. That's an upgrade for me.
Give me a sec. I need to buy some items while Leather like looks at my ass.
Leather, how dare you? There's plenty of other booty you can be looking at.
2, 3. 2, 3.
Alright, pop that into there for now, in case I need it for later.
Alright.
Well, what can I do for you?
I'm doing the Lord's work.
What can I do?
I didn't know we were Catholic here.
I'm gonna sell this Axe of Skill, I think, because the Butcher's thingy-majiggy is still fairly good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, so... Magic's 22.
So definitely worth putting any of your gold you earn back into your storage, because you can actually use it from the actual storage.
Yeah, I noticed, because, like, even though I was, like, only holding on to, like, you know, 600 pieces, it, like, looked into my, like, thingy here. Alright. Ding. Dong. Alright. What's the next thing this guy's got?
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Griswold. The blacksmith is extremely knowledgeable about weapons and armor.
Cool. Alright, so he doesn't really give us any new quests.
No. Oh, shit. Yeah, there are things in there. Oh, crap. Hello? The portal's gone.
Oh.
Thank you. Sorry,
Well, I saw you go down.
Well,
He
I walked
died
back through
instantly.
Because no, I walked back through because I was getting mangled by everything else.
Ooh.
Small shield.
Yeah, shield.
Well, I can't.
Shield.
I can't use the shield.
That would be
so.
for code then.
Not identified.
Did you like? What does the rogue have? That's just their constant ability. Is that just to disarm traps? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Ah, okay.
Roll a firewall. Okay.
Can you wield that shield code?
I can require. Oh, well, actually, it requires 25 strength.
That might be something for you to do then, considering you go in melee a little bit.
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but like, it certainly wouldn't hurt, given that. The only reason I'm going melee is just because this.
The sword gives mana steal.
Yeah.
Life sip. Oh no, it's mana sip, not life sip. Grant has life sip.
Yep. Oh, why is my mouse all the way down there? It needs to be up here.
Oh, Grant's armor is here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I still got plenty of durability. What are you on about?
No. Your armor is here.
What, the rags?
This is the best armor in the game. In the next room over.
Oh, down this way.
You missed the door.
Oh, yeah. But let me just try and kill some things. I can now understand why the warrior is not seen as, like, fun at this stage, because you basically have to chase after ranged units that decide to run away from you.
Right. That's what I said, yeah. That's... It's a time.
Well, I mean, you can turn the warrior into a bit of a ranged unit.
Eh, I'm doing fine. All right, points to distribute, 5. Let's do 2 into vitality and 3 into magic, just so then that way it evens out. And then I'll probably put more into dexterity shortly. Oh, ow. Damn it.
Jesus Christ! Oh,
Get behind me, get behind me.
Ow.
I would love to, but I am stun locked.
Ow.
Let me just head back into town.
I've got to scroll a firewall if we want to use it.
I got your portal right here, Grant.
Yeah, give me a second.
I
gotta talk to Pepin.
Yep, same.
What ails you, my friend?
Heal
they
thy
just
burgers.
rearranged me.
I'm trying to go through the portal.
Whoa.
They rearranged in a good way, did they?
No! No! That was the bad touch.
Let me get that shield. Hang on, Grant. Let me get that shield identified for you before you walk in.
All right.
Because, yeah, I think bows work off mostly dex, don't they?
Sure do.
Yep. That's the general premise in RPG systems, is that strength is
10 dex. Okay. Here's the thing for you. 10 to dex, minus 10 to vitality, 18 armor class, minus 10 light radius, high durability.
That's the armor?
What?
That is the shield.
Yeah, well, I'm
Does
still
that
using
make you squishy?
Have a look at it.
Lacoque. 10 to 5. Okay, so it lowers your vitality stat by 10. It gives you 8. It makes your light radius shorter, and then it says it has a high durability, but it doesn't even tell you what the... Oh, there's the durability down there, 60. Okay. So yeah, because using the bow, I don't get any, I don't get any armor class.
I mean,
Soylent is like,
you
can I give you some advice? As he's politely asking to give me some advice about the game. Go ahead. Ed, Soylent, what advice do you have to offer me? Well, that's happening. I need to clean up some of my tabs, because I don't need data open, and I don't need data open. Ding.
It better be good advice. It better be good advice, Soylent, or we'll have to revoke your advice-giving privileges.
No pressure. No pressure whatsoever. All right, can I now go back down to the what's-mahoozies?
Sure.
Give me a second, because I'll just quickly... Oh, you can go. It's the Velk that's got to go last.
Yeah. All right. On making my way through town, find the portal and get my stuff back. Da 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 dun 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 dun.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Doodly 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 doodly. I'll tell you as soon as the ads are over. Okay.
Book of Blood. The fuck?
And so, locked beyond the gateway of blood and past the hall of
Apparently
fire,
a bloodstone dropped in the next
valor
room.
awaits for the hero of light to awaken.
Something about the hero of light. And a bloodstone? And a pedestal of blood.
That opened a door.
Which dropped another bloodstone.
And then there's just...
Probably not the best type of advice, Rocky, but sure.
Ah!
Ah, but that's not the door I was thinking that we were going through.
While the spirit is vigilant, the body thrives. What? 40, 25, 30, 35.
That changed his stats around.
Vitality 30. Oh, it may. So wait, my mana is empty. Health
Wait,
is...
while the spirit is vigilant, the body thrives.
What was it called?
It was just a goat shrine. That can be anything.
Hold shift when you open a door, and only one enemy at a time you can stack up against them. It's the only viable form of crowd control as a warrior.
Wait, so shift.
And you can attack normally.
Ah.
Oh, that door's open.
Another bloodstone over here. Oh shit! Fuck! 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 I didn't see him. I fucky-wuckied. I'm sorry.
All
I was
good.
gonna say, that's weird that there's only one.
Bloodstone. And a random mace I don't care for. Because, like, the mace is the same power regardless of the level we go. I'm looking around. There's, like...
But the bloodstone.
I picked up the bloodstone.
Yeah, you gotta put it in.
Not yet. I gotta, like, look at what's at this door.
Blood for the bloodstone. Blood for the bloodstone. Okay, there's a whole pile of goat dudes in there.
Okay. Well, there's Longstaff of Flash if you ever want to try it out.
Nah, I gave it a try earlier. It wasn't a very good AoE.
I'm in agreement with you. I don't see its use, but... it is certainly a spell.
Mm-hmm.
that exists in this
I'm
game.
gonna raise. Okay, so I've raised my strength up to 25 now, so that way I can use any shields that might pop our way. Oh, speaking of, there's a buckler right here, which is just a plain buckler, but I'm gonna
Long
use
staff of Holy Bolt. And a potion of mana. But yeah, from what I'm seeing, like the what's-a-mahoozy, the items don't like scale. So like a mace from level 1 is the same power as a mace from level 5.
Yes.
So it's like if you
Oh, that's our shortcut back up.
Yep.
Oh, is it our shortcut?
Yep, so this is our shortcut back to town.
Ah, so use to get to town. Oh.
Grant, did you just go up and through and back into town?
I'm trying. It won't let me. There we go. Hey, look, cows.
Cow go moo.
Yep, that's a cow, all right.
Good cow. So hold shift when you open a door and only... Okay, so shift makes it so you stay in place. Enemies can't move through each other. Okay, so it's... I'm glad that the enemies go through the same bullshit as we do. Because if there's one thing I don't like from Dark Souls and Bloodborne, is sometimes mini-bosses do not go through the same bullshit we do. So for instance, in Bloodborne, like, we can only use, like, special items so many times because you need silver bullets. And you can take life force out of yourself to replenish some bullets, but you're using life force to do that. Whereas with bosses that I've encountered, like very humanoid bosses, they will just spam special items and they just have limitless silver bullets in order to do that. And I fucking hate that. I hate that a resource limitation that I have is not applied to a boss enemy. Like it rustles me.
It ruffles his cucumbers.
Rustles my jimmies. Do I have anything I need identifying? No. I'm gonna put the shield in my storage because it's taking up a lot of room.
Get some cargo shorts, nerd.
How
Then
may
you'll
I
have
serve you?
the pocket space. Yeah.
There we go. And then...
See, that's why I wear cargo pants. I have all the pocket space in cargo pants.
Can I put this ear in here? Yep, I can put an ear in my storage.
Well, that means you won't be irritated whenever Velt decides he wants to drop it on the floor. Ow.
All right, so now, rather than going through the portal, I can now go through this, so this takes us to the catacombs. So we've done the dungeon, which came from, like, below the church. So now we're in the catacombs. Jesus Christ, the architecture back in, like, you know, Blizzard days.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
So yeah, so far my biggest pet peeve is just, like, trying to navigate. Like, there's direct, like, you can do directions and what have you with the, Brain, you can do this. You can, like, you know, press in directions on the controller, but on keyboard and mouse, there isn't that. Like, WASD doesn't do that.
Yeah.
All right. So, through here, over to the next pedestal, which opens up another door on the right this time. So we gotta go down, and then hang a right. Like, I want to be able to, like, use walls here, but...
Well, you won't be able to do that in this game.
Or Diablo 2.
No, you can.
Oh, you can?
Oh,
okay.
Well, no, sorry, you can use controller in Diablo 2, though.
There we go. There we go. And for whatever reason, I can't...
Support.
There we go. That's third bloodstone, so now...
Blood for the bloodstone. Back to the bloodstone pedestal?
Yep. Because, yeah, like, just trying to navigate some of this is, like, just...
But don't forget, though, this
painful.
was early game. This was early game.
Yeah, this is early game where I have to accept that when they were doing this, there was like a lot of like, you know, the sort of rules of engagement and such like that wasn't hard and oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh,
right, yeah.
Arcanine's Valor.
You're gonna wanna
go and identify that.
All right.
You're gonna want to do that.
Okay, okay. That's why I hate the AI in a lot of RTSs, because they will just conjure resources out of nowhere. You can completely vaporize their economy units, and they'll still be able to get new fighters. Yeah.
Empire Earth was a huge problem with that. Not only did the enemy have infinite resources, they could just spawn units if they had zero resources, if they were blocked in.
Ooh.
Biggest cheats.
Fastest hit recovery, -3 damage from enemies, that's cool, and +10 vitality with a 25 armor class, which is so much better than this.
So
I think Grant is now basically immortal.
The most important stat on Arcane's Valor is the last one.
The fastest hit recovery.
How may I serve you?
Insanely good.
Because it does, like, I'm guessing it's doing a fundamental change to, like, so I can't get stun locked as easily.
Correct. You can't get stun locked at all.
Oh, look at you, Grant. Look at your armor now.
Yeah, it looks cool.
My friend, I really don't understand why Ogden stays here in Tristram.
Rejuvenation, there we go. So what's next on our quest? We've done all of them, so now it's just going down the floors?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy that small shield, so I've got something a little bit better for damage reduction.
I know you got your own ideas, and I know you're not gonna believe this. But that weapon you got there, you just ain't.
I'll keep the long
good
staff of
against
Holy Bolt, because that
those
might come in handy to keep on hand.
So, but yeah, I'm not a fan of like video games where the AI can be, you know, pulling bullshit and such.
What can I do for you?
Keep you. Iron Longsword of Might, chance to hit +6%, +6 to strength. Morningstar of the Bat.
Wasn't there that other axe and stuff I gave you that could be useful?
Yeah, so far nothing is besting the Butcher's thingy-majiggy, because the Butcher's does 4 to 24 damage. Like, that's not getting bested anytime soon.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
So, because of like unless we luck out on like a particular like blue drop, like there's nothing that's gonna. But
are we all in?
I believe so.
I'm in. I found there's code. Wait, code's level 10, and I am. Okay, I'm level 10 as well.
Level 10.
Yep, cool. Thank goodness. I was worried because like
what level is?
Because I see level 5 in the
Val?
top left. Oh yeah.
Over level, so continue.
Because Velk is like, you know, ranged user and such, and
this door here.
Oh, oh, there's the next door.
Arcane's Valor doesn't always come up, so it's nice to see that you get something to make your job a little easier. Oh, a ring!
Oh, a ring. And a scroll of identify. I will grab that and identify it. What do we get? We got light radius. Might as well. I need a bit more light radius.
Light radius will be very useful for you.
Okay, where? Oh, the stairs must be in the middle area.
Yeah, looks it. Someone's already explored them, at least on my map.
Not on mine.
Yeah, no, mine's still.
Is for the stairs, but there's something else that we haven't been, and that's that way.
Yeah, this door.
Oh no, over here, down here, Grant.
Oh Jesus! What the? Oh, there's another set of stairs here. I found him.
Hang on, I found another door over here.
All right, hang on. Is there any chests here? No, there isn't. All right. On my way.
Oh, there's... Anyway.
Nothing in there. Empty room.
Nothing. It was just a dead room. It was a monster closet without the monsters.
Ooh, chest. With nothing in it. I hate chests that do that.
Hey, at least it didn't hit you in the face.
Down to level 6.
Let's
go. Cryptic Shrine.
I think that's a positive one. I think that's one for code, but I don't know.
Hi there, Jonathan. Well, it goes. We're going through Diablo because I've never gone through Diablo before, and I'm very thankful for... What did it say?
Arcane power brings destruction.
Restores mana, I think.
Yeah, it did.
So yeah, so we're playing a game from 1996. This is the oldest game I've ever played.
Well, no, you also played the Baldur's Gate game.
Baldur's Gate is
you
not...
Baldur's Gate 1?
Baldur's Gate 1 isn't 1996, is it?
It's older.
What the shit? What do you mean it's... That's not possible. There's way more, like, nonsense happening in Baldur's Gate 1 compared to...
Oh no, 1998. I am wrong.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the amount of nonsense in Baldur's Gate 3 in regards to, like, you know, like, just...
Yeah, but it's also a worse made game.
I feel like anything before 1999 is a bit of a given.
Well, no, I just think Baldur's Gate 1 is just awful.
Because he keeps getting killed by cows.
No, because I keep getting killed by the lightning. In the sky, because the weather kills me. Also the cows, yes.
You know what we should totally do, Grant?
No.
You know what we should totally do, Grant? You know what we should totally do?
Goat Shrine.
I'll turn PvP
The way
on.
is made clear when viewed from above. Oh, nice. It just gives us the entire map.
What gave you the entire map?
So
we should make Grant. We should do a 3-player game of Baldur's Gate 3. Ow.
Personally, Personally, I wanted to go through Baldur's Gate 3 again, but as a solo experience. I enjoyed the time you and I did, but, like, there's just... I want to go through, like, the Dark Urge, like, custom character. I want to, like, have more of the companions, like, in the party and such to like, you know, have their, like, opinions shared and such, because when it was you and I... Ooh, a ring. When it was you and I, we basically had our favorite NPC with us, and that was it. So there wasn't like, you know, being able to hear like dissenting. We weren't able to hear like, you know, other like voices or anything like that when going through the experience, unless you got a mod that was like, oh, just invite every party member into your party of 4.
Yeah, and we had a problem with the mod, don't forget, later on we tried to reuse it.
Yep.
Because you did convince me to use it, but then it's like,
it wasn't working.
It stopped being usable.
Yeah, it stopped being usable for a period. It might be fixed now because there isn't that many updates going to it now majorly. So, but, you know, I would much rather just, you know, play through Baldur's Gate 3 in my own time solo at that point, rather than, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, I definitely want to do a solo run myself at some point.
Yay, 10 to 30 damage. Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright.
Anyone need healing?
I'm good. Oh, there's a goat shrine here.
Beyond the Hall of Heroes lies the...
As long as it doesn't summon the goat.
Eternal death.
Yeah, the one from the simulator.
Oh.
What'd you get?
The mythical book. It's a quest.
Oh.
Oh, Grant needs help.
Does he though?
I'm alive. Alright, so Hunter's bow. Oh, my
I'll touch it.
The butcher's axe is broken. I don't know when that happened.
Riches abound when least expected, so you just got a lot of money in your inventory?
Yep. But yeah, I don't know when this happened, but my butcher's axe is gone.
Oh, okay.
So
do you want to portal up?
Nah, it's okay. I picked up something called a blade, so it's like I can do 7 to 12 damage now. So I used to be able to do like 10 to 30, and now it's like a lot less. It's fine.
I need to repair my bow anyway.
Oh, okay.
Man, I still remember the poem for Halls of the Blind from Heart. That's insane.
Yup, same.
From Heart? What?
Yeah, like the actual, so it's a poem. I can see what you see not, vision milky, then eyes rot. When you turn, they will be gone, whispering their hidden song. Then you see what cannot be, shadows move where light should be. Out of darkness, out of mind, cast down into the halls of the blind. Meanwhile, I can't find out when my retro is fucking due.
Stay a while and listen.
Oh, faster hit recovery.
Oh.
Hunter's Bow of Zest, giving you +8 to Vitality, requiring 20 Strength and 35 Dexterity. Thank you. Faster hit recovery. Sure.
So if they don't give you nothing nice.
It's honestly it's honestly funny how often like Velk is just so knowledgeable on all kinds of different like video game logic and such, and then there will just be stuff that just falls through the cracks.
Yep. Really basic things that I can't.
Rocky, why is your furniture floating?
Because of the poem that was said earlier. Also, hi there, Kobe. I forgot to say hi earlier. It's been easily distracting. Alright, so. I got the Black Coat Shield, I got Arcanine's Valor, the Undead Crown. So I've got, like, 2 different faster hit recovery things.
It is. I still get my Star Trek, Stargate, and Star Wars mixed up.
2 to 10. Alright, I'm gonna grab the long sword, leaving the blade in there. And then, Velk, do you see a benefit in a longbow of maiming or a hunter's bow of zest?
Yeah, I would use either of those.
Alright, have a look at either of the two.
8 to vitality, no thank you. The 3 points to damage, absolutely.
Alright, I'll hold on to this just so I have a ranged option.
You would probably get more use out of the bow of the bow of damage, but...
Short bow of quality. Noted. Alright, let me just sell the vitality thing. Grant's got Pokemon on the brain. Arcanine. Yeah, I thought that's what it said. So
Arcanine's Valor? Yeah, that one's fair.
Premium item. Let's have a look. Bastard Sword of Skill. Sword of Craftsmanship, high durability. 6 to 15. Requiring 50 strength. I don't have 50 strength anymore. Next level up, I'll probably do it. Oh, my dex has gone up by 10. Why did it go up by 10 again? Because of the shield. Alright, through the portal. Arcane.
Hang on 1 second. I'm coming. That's what she said.
Yeah, I can do with a bigger light radius at some point.
No, that sounds like Grant's still here.
Yeah, I'm still alive.
I mean, on this level.
Well, we might as well explore all we can.
100%, yeah. I just didn't know where he went. Oh, Mountain Dew.
Take your Mountain Dew. Oh, no, you leave the Mountain Dew? Okay, I'll take the Mountain Dew.
Oh, that's the Chamber of Bone. I think this is for code, this area.
To the Chamber of Bone. Oh, we're going to the Bone Zone?
Yes.
Mana Shield. What does Mana Shield do?
So, you see your mana bar?
Yeah?
That's now your HP bar.
Okay, so probably something that's more better used for Grant.
If I had the mana for
really
it.
Good for you. If you don't get hit, that's wonderful for you. But if you do get hit, yeah, it sucks, but it's better than your HP just getting shit on. Oh, that chest is trapped. I'll untrap it.
Ow.
You said it was trapped.
Or you could just not.
I thought you untrapped it already.
No!
Oh, because you have to unlock it to untrap it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and it just made noises. That's all his did.
Okay.
Alright, so are we going into the Bone Zone?
Yep, this is something for code, if I remember correctly.
Alright.
Alright.
And something that I'm surprised he doesn't remember.
If we're dealing with bones, I'll...
Yeah, we are dealing with bones.
Sorry, I accidentally hit the stairs. Is everything here undead, or...?
There's a few unseen.
Oh, that thing hurt.
Yeah, they do. Whoa! Hi, bud! How's it hanging?
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, this is...
Baby steps. I remember this place has got a lot. Yeah, there's still more code.
Sorry, I had to switch over.
Yep. It's criminal how much they've jammed in this monster closet.
I better be getting some good XP for this shit.
I can't hear shit!
I'm sorry, okay?
He's just going boof, 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 and I just can't hear a fucking thing!
I'm sorry, alright?
What?
I can't hear you!
Oh, yeah. Grant, don't click on the thing in here. This is for code. 100% this is for code.
Alright, so what am I doing? I've
See that book? That's for you.
Read it. What did I just get?
Arcane
You got
knowledge.
a new spell.
What was the spell?
Why don't you press S and it will show you a list of... Oh, you summoned something. Cool.
Please tell me he follows me around permanently, or do I have to summon him each time?
You'll get
have to summon him each
3.5
time, but-
experience and you'll like it. Lol, thank you.
But you can summon as many of them as you want.
Oh, fuck yes.
There's... What the... Just let me...
Well, that's burning. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, a skull lever. Do we want to pull it?
Stop.
Ow.
There's no
Now
stat requirements. Yeah.
Now you just don't even need to enter a room. You can just... Oh, I heard that. Yep, there it is.
He did not like me. Oh, fuck!
You right?
Yeah, oh. I used the wrong spell, sorry. I used the phasing
You used
one.
phasing?
Yeah.
Yep. Where do these come from?
Wherever they came from, fuck them.
Yeah, seriously.
Hard leather and a flail and a book of healing. Nice.
Ooh, actually, I could use the hard leather.
Oh, okay. Hard leather. Here you go. I'll keep the flail. And I can read the book of healing. Nice. I now have a stronger healing spell.
That's good. That's good for you.
Ick, and ill.
Book of Firebolt, a broadaxe.
At least now I can do hydras.
Yeah.
Do you want the full bottle of Mountain Dew?
Yeah, I'll take the full bottle of Mountain Dew.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of need to heal.
Just down.
Yeah, I've forgotten all about this area.
It doesn't often come up, so it's nice when it does.
Yeah. All right, there's an area downwards here. There's a door here.
Yeah, I see the door now.
Oh, down that way, not down that way.
Sorry.
It's completely understandable.
It's probably a good thing that we've gone and, It's probably a good thing that we've gone and, turned friendly fire off, because I imagine those dragon skull
100%.
things would have been a lot more problematic.
Crap.
Hang on.
The bats got me
Hang
with
on.
their electricity.
They're familiars, actually, not bats.
There you go. You have been given.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And then there's a barrel here that does nothing. A door that opens up to
itchy.
Chest.
Yeah, there is no stat requirements for the Hydra, but it's based on the amount of mana that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better to just give it a code.
Yep.
Also, we all know how much he likes summoning things.
Yeah, you are a summoner
Hey.
enthusiast.
Hey, just because I like bringing something, you know, from the planes of fuck you.
Sometimes I feel like I'm clicking too fast.
Oh, you can just click and hold if you want.
Okay.
I'm so sorry that I didn't say that earlier.
Nah, it's okay. I thought this was a clicky game. Cause like sometimes I move, like my guy is like going so fast that I'm like I'm lost.
Okay, I'm just gonna put a bottle portal here for you.
Thank you. Sorry, I had no potions, so I was like, I couldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say that! I got potions on me!
What happened to purchasing potions?
I did, but then I used them all.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me a sec. I'll drop some potions at the... Oh, hang on.
Hello, Royal Wolf. Who was it? That was Royal Wolf Packing. How you doing?
Nice, nice, nice. All right, hang on. There's the portal. All right, I'm just gonna...
Okay, so...
Let me just drop...
I'm gonna...
So, rejuvenation, full healing, healing. There we go. Ooh, Saber. Oh wait, no, Saber of the Bat's yours, isn't it? That's all your stuff.
Yeah, that Saber of the Bat's not really doing anything good for me, so I'm gonna get rid of that.
I think I'm gonna get Book of Firebolt. I'm gonna learn that if that's okay.
I mean, sure, could come in handy for you.
Because like my healing spell is level 3, my town portal spell is level 1, so you know.
Like maybe I would think if we find a Holy Bolt, that is probably worth more for you to learn than the other one because, as Velk says, Diablo is very weak to Holy Bolts. Ow.
Noted. What
I
level?
still don't know why.
What level is your Firebolt then?
About level 5.
Alright then. So curious how Firebolt will work for you once. Let me know once you're like out of the portal.
Oh, Grant, I found you a Book of Holy Bolt.
Cool. Wait, where are you? Are you back on this floor?
No. I'm at the witch's shack in town.
Ah, okay.
She got it for 1,000 gold.
Okay, hang on. Let me just pick up all these potions I left here for you, and go through the portal then. Because I was like waiting down here and all that. So.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Because.
So she's over by the shack near the bottom right of the town.
Yeah. Give me a second. Just. Okay, my free heals. Oh, excuse me. Identify an item. Broad Axe is Broad Axe of Power, giving me plus 11 to Strength. That's pretty good with an 8 to 20 damage. I will accept that. Flaming Fail of Structure. Fire hit damage 1 to 10.
Hello.
High durability 2 to 12 damage. That's actually really cool. So that's 2 to 10.
I've got you the book.
2 to 12 with an additional. All right, sorry. I'm just swapping. All right, I swapped to a flail. You got me a book?
I got you the book.
Nice. Here is a book. And then here is a potion. Here is a potion. Here is a potion. Here is a potion.
Did I just have a stroke?
Sorry, Len, why would you hit me for? What did I do?
Nah, I just thought it would be funny by being like, here is a potion. Here is a potion.
There is some lotion.
Alright, Potion of Rejuvenation. Potion of Rejuvenation.
The bat was named
lotion
potion.
in the... It puts the lotion in the belt or else it gets the portal again.
Alright, dang.
Robe of Mind. Okay, Robe of Mind, 9 to magic.
Alright, so Broad Axe is a two-handed thing.
The only thing is, this gives me more armor, but...
You die in one hit anyway.
Yeah. Well, I can't even grab it, so it's not even worth it.
Alright, so go to there. Keep you. Scroll of Flash requires 21 magic, which I now have. Holy spell damages undead only, spell level 1. Cool.
I can get rid of these two stuffs now that I've got this better one.
Mm-hmm.
I love the PNG version of you in Code Stream. Who drew it?
Oh, my PNG, that was done by What Insomnia. They were doing a little experiment into PNG tubers and such like that. So like they do much higher quality artwork. I am going to be very frank with you. I was a poor furry when they went and did this work for me. I'm going to be frank with you. So they've done like me as a hang on. They done me as a, so this is me in like my D himbo form if you're watching Code the Yoshi stream, and then this is like my standard form and that, which is what I wear all the time, and then this is for when I'm like hyper himboed and such. Now the intention is that if I'm playing like an intensive like resource game and what have you, I would use the PNG tubers and such. And like the.
Oh god, he's thin.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens when I get dehimboed. And if you have me as like PNG VTuber instead of my normal, like, you know, 3-dimensional with like depth and volume and what have you. So yeah. All right.
Oh darn. I fucked up.
Blade of the Moon, +5 to all attributes, 3 to 8 damage, requiring 25 strength, and I'm good with
Do you
what
need
I
some
have.
cash?
Yeah, I need some dosh. I need at least another 100. 150.
Oh, have some gold.
That's a little bit much.
Well, I've been picking it up as we've been going along and such, and I've not died that often in the last, like, you know, little while, so...
Grant, you're the tank, so you should probably have this.
Have what?
Book of
The
Healing.
book I just threw.
Oh, I already have... Like, my healing is already up to, where
I
is
can't
it?
pick up that gold, by
I'm
the
already
way. It won't
level...
let me
Like,
pick it
it's
up.
already a Book of Healing level 3. Like, in order to have it go up another level, I need 28 magic. I only have 25,
okay.
so...
I'll take it then.
So there's the book.
I haven't learnt it, so...
Yeah. Any Books of Holy Bolt, however, I'll take, because that one's only at level 1, and I can probably get more of my spells up to level... I can probably get some of my spells up to level 3, and then my only concern is, like, trying to increase the amount of mana I have. Because right now, my mana is... Cookie! For Meeps! Here's your cookie, Meeps! Man, it's been a while. Like, my mana is currently, like, 36. It is not that high.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Scroll of Phasing? And...
Oh, yeah, that
there's
is the random teleport. I just get rid of that. That is useless, that scroll.
Oh, what? So... Ding.
Unless you want to randomly blink somewhere?
Yeah, unfortunately, it only randomly blinked me somewhere within this room, so it didn't really help one bit in regards to, you know, progressing this game. I was hoping it was going to blip me somewhere absolutely nutty, like proper division of the party, not, oh, hey, you know,
like, I kind of wish I could forget some of these spells.
Mm-hmm. Is this the thingy? No, that's the thingy.
This is progress.
This is the thingy up. That's not... Oh, wait, it is...
No, that's the thingy down. It says down.
Yep. All right, so down to level 7. So, I love that even dehimboed, he's got shoulders like a linebacker.
Right over here.
Well, like this model here, the 3D model. Hang on, let me just... And...
Oh, Jesus.
Also,
don't... that spell is a fuck around and find out.
Yeah. I think we're entering into a, like... It'll probably happen in, like, the next stream for sure, of, like, getting into the, like... Because we're what now? Halfway through if we get to level 8?
Oh, about halfway, yeah.
Yeah, because you said there was like 15 floors. Also, you're not picking up the gold, so I'm going to be picking up the gold because I am a greedy bitch.
Oh, Book of Town Portal.
Nice. Ooh, Scroll of Identify.
I don't need a cap. Hi, Midakai, how you doing?
Hi, Midakai.
Oh, thank God it's not the PS1 port. Yeah, I had the PS1 port.
Nah, this is what you can get this from GOG. It's part of their preservation program, and it allows you to do like easy installs of mods and what have you. I like how my thing is doing
one expansion pack that we don't talk about.
Yeah, apparently there's like an expansion pack we don't want to do, but I think that's just a difficulty modifier expansion pack.
It's not.
Ooh, old school Ninja Gaiden. God, I haven't played that in ages.
I am not a fan of Ninja Gaiden. I like it's alright. I had it as like a I was playing a little bit of it off of the Game Pass, but you know.
That's trapped. Yeah. Oh. There was nothing in it anyway. Dick.
The best kind of trap. Ooh, library book, giving a scroll. Scroll. A Book of Lightning.
Uh-oh.
Book of Scroll of Teleport.
Scroll of Healing.
Oh, God.
Book of Mana Shield.
These are all 3 great books for code, damn.
Well, I've picked
What,
up
Book of Life?
I've picked up the scrolls, so
Yeah, go for it.
Did anyone get the scroll of identify? I've got the buckler here that I can identify for someone.
oh yeah, give me a sec, let me drop it. Scroll of identify, there we go.
Okay, let me have a look. Oh, where is it? Oh, scroll of identify, and boom. User loses all mana.
What? Wait, what?
Did you see it?
There, have a look.
What do you mean, have a look? Hang on. Sadly, I must go see this. It's been a long day.
Oh
I have an
my
early start, so I hope
God.
you all have a buckler of corruption. Lol.
I've never seen that before. That's brand new to me.
That's hilarious. But yeah,
That's
have a
awful.
lovely sleep, Eep Artemis. Love ya.
Oh, I didn't see that Artemis was said they were going to go have sleepy.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. That's one of the like, you know, circumstances of when you get into like, you know, group collab and such like that, is like you miss some of the things that chat says. So you kind of have to hope that, you know, as you're playing, your streams are entertaining enough for chat to just be like, yay, I'm not getting interactions from the streamer, but I'm at least enjoying what I'm seeing, or they get interactions from other people within the chat.
Yeah.
Hello, Phantom Superman. Welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness, there's so many more like American-esque peeps popping in. It must be getting late into the night.
Maybe.
It's 10.
Oh, it's past
Jesus
10.
Christ.
Ooh, what's up? Oh, these guys. Let me get up front and center. Hang on. There we go.
This is a room full of the horned demons, damn.
Easy. 104 gold, 100 gold, and then over onto here. Oh, there's a lot of them over here. I'm barely losing any health because of like the lifesteal and the high amount of armor I have now. Look at this. Absolute insanity. Are you sure I'm not? I feel broken. I don't think I should have this much, like, you know, hit on me when...
Are you really complaining about being broken after our first try to run through this?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I don't know, like, I feel like there could have been a much more, like, a better easing in from, like, I'm struggling to all-powerful. I feel like there could have been a better...
Valor is incredible.
Yeah. So, like, it's really...
Just make sure you keep it repaired.
Yes. You do not want to lose that thing.
39. It's only just gone down 1 point. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not gone down. Like, I'm not even seeing any indicators of any of my weapons.
Anyone got
like,
any mana potions? I'm kind of flat.
What about rejuvenation?
Nope, that'll do.
Yeah, rejuvenation does both.
Damn it!
You just drank a rejuvenation. How did you lose?
I know. I drank a fucking health potion, but those bats are a pain in the ass.
The portal is open for you. I will be judging.
Look, it wasn't my fault. It was the bat. Okay?
Well, why didn't you use Mana Shield?
Because I was busy doing other things.
Yeah, dying.
Shut up.
Ring mail.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
I gotta go back to town anyway and get some more mana potions for Code.
Yep.
Oh no, I'm getting some manis.
You getting some manis? You should. Hopefully you have enough
okay.
monies. Ooh, another chest over here. And another potion of heal. I'm gonna leave these potions because, like, I don't need these. And oh my goodness.
What happened? I was reading books. Nothing happened. I didn't die.
So
Code, before you go down, I have a thing for you.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh, fuck yes.
Excuse me.
Look, whatever it was that happened, it was all somebody else's fault.
Careful, I can PvP at any time if you're gonna blame me.
I was gonna blame you. I would never blame you, Vel.
Yes, you would.
No.
And usually you're right to.
Hitting the stalker. There we
that.
go. Book of the Blind. Is that safe to click?
Oh god.
Velk's tone spoke otherwise. Lol.
You are right to click that. That's
Alright.
Where are we? Down? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just dealing with some other enemies in here while you guys are stuck up there, just so then that way I have a chance to get some more XP, and also, like, see how, like, I'm a walking fucking tank with the crown, the shield, and the armor. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, this is simplified. Also, what in the world is Code wearing?
Sorry, This is my ass-kicking outfit, bitch.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Vision milky than eyes rot. When you turn, they will be gone, whispering their hidden song.
Eyes rot. When you turn, you will be gone, whispering their hidden song.
Oh, this is the poem that Velk was talking about.
Be. Those move where light can be.
Out
of darkness and out of mind, cast down into the holes of the blind.
Isn't this the poem that Velk, like, knew
Yep.
more than his, like, registration? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm barely losing health right now, and because of the lifesteal, it's like, whatever I'm doing, it just goes up. The familiars are probably the most annoying thing, just because of how quickly they go.
Yeah, because they've got that fucking zappy zap.
Yeah, the zappy does a bitch. Oh, hello, unseen or illusion weavers. All right, let's see how it's going to be with they'll use. Yeah, even with my, like, screw-ups right now, you don't want to be on mute with... Oh, hang on a second. I was just getting tired of, like, hearing the same, like, magic noises over and over again was all.
Sorry.
It's alright, it's alright. It's just a product of the game, just not thinking straight on, like, the actual, like, option divisions and all that kind of nonsense.
the optic amulet.
Yeah, I haven't even had a chance to look at that, so I have no idea what it's going to do.
I don't have a scroll of identification on me, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Staff
Well,
of
grab
Mana
it at the very
Shield.
least.
That's... And it's blue as well, so maybe Code can have a look at it and see if it offers anything.
Oh, that does sound like it could be good.
Yep, I have not had
about
to use
that?
a potion in a hot minute. It's in this room with me.
Yep, I've got it.
Cool, you got it? Nice.
Yep.
And I can level up. Yay for me. I'm gonna put... Yeah, I'm gonna put some into magic, because we'll need it.
Any good, that amulet?
For exactly Code, yes.
No.
So we're looking to
Optic
try...
amulet, lightning resist, minus damage, magic. Yep, okay.
So we're just trying to kit out Code and Velk now, because, like, you know, my shit's kitted out.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any armor that drops that's dex, sure. Unfortunately, my bows dropped at the start of the game, so...
Mana shield, resist fire. Okay. Whereas this one, yeah.
36, 58, 42.
See, this one gives me more mana, so...
Scroll of the Guardian. Whatever the fuck that does.
I'm gonna go sell this. Oh, hang on, I'll sell the sword first.
Yeah, there's nothing
Oh, there's a nice bow, but it costs
What is
too
it?
much.
How much? Let me have a look.
Oh, we have different shops.
How much does it say?
It says 8,000 gold, which is too much money.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
But that thing does 2 to 12.
Sorry, girlfriend, you're on your own there.
Oh, sorry, not 2 to 12. 2 to 18. But yeah, that's too much money.
I can see what you see not. Vision milky, then eyes rot. When you turn, they will be gone, whispering their hidden song. Then you see what cannot be. Shadows move where light should be. Out of darkness, out of mind.
Okay. Oh, and I can get rid of that stuff. I sent a soul in search of answers. Or you just sent someone with money.
I'm gonna pick up this potion of healing because no one picked it up. And I'm gonna start making my way up down to the staircase.
Oh, Book of Firebolt. Might as well level up my Firebolt again.
Alright, so that takes us down to level 8. I'll just wait here.
But oh, yep, you're there. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so Holy Bolt is 7 mana, dealing 22 to 31 damage. Healing is level 3, giving 33 to 159. Town Portal is only 1 level in.
Alright, where you at, Grant?
I'm at the
He's
stairs.
already in. He's waiting at the entrance to level 8.
Yep.
Okay, I'm coming.
I haven't left. Twice you guys have gone to town, and I have not left. Velk, I know you said, Warrior is just, a shit time, but because of the fact that I've got, the crown, the armor, and the shield, I've not had to come back up for potions and such like that.
I went for a walk. What the fuck is with the voices now? Grant got hyper himboed.
Yep, that's what happens. I just become more Chad-like, and now... So... Large and in charge.
Alright, well, my Firebolt spell is really high. What does Scroll of Teleport do?
I think that teleports you to the location that you actually want it to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Has to crawl on all fours to avoid a cave. Yeah, pretty much. Oh no, the Zeebs got into the steroids. No, the growth is natural for the zebra.
Plus furry magic logic. Alright, we're going down?
Yeah, we can go down.
Alright, let's see. Because, this will probably be the last, floor for me tonight, because, oh, look, a potion of mana for anyone that needs it.
Yeah. Oh, and there's level 9 straight away there.
Lol.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, we can...
Oh,
shit.
Friend! He is friend, actually. Just talk to him.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Book of Inferno?
Oh.
Did you pick up the Book of Inferno?
Yeah, I got it.
Here. Book of Healing. Potion.
Did I fuck up?
Ow! 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 Oh, he's casting Flash. Wait, no, that doesn't actually hurt.
What the...
I think the problem was I picked up one of his books. I'm sorry.
Short battle bow. Wow.
Yoinkov. I'll be right back.
Okay, you BRBs.
Alright, I'm just gonna keep exploring this, thing.
Potion. Oh, shit. Fuck.
Do you naturally recover mana, or no, it's not a thing?
No, I don't naturally.
Oh, okay.
So, you know that bow that I wanted?
Yeah?
This is the bow
That's
you
the
want?
one.
Nice. Such fortune.
Aren't you lucky?
Fortune smiles on the lucky.
That's rare that I... Okay, yeah, sure. very happy with this outcome.
Dink, dunk.
At least now my fireballs cost less.
Oh yeah, because that's what the level ups do, don't they?
Mm-hmm. On top of, I think they make them a little stronger, don't they?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm entering into a phase where it feels like I'm getting stun locked.
There we go.
So now we've got Grant doing physical, Code doing fire, and I'm doing lightning.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, mine's doing a little bit of fire. The flail does 2 to 12 damage, and then it does, like, fire hit damage 1 to 10.
Okay.
So, what's scroll of... Okay, I need 47 magic for the Guardian. Healing, town portal.
Oh, Claymore.
Would you like more clay?
Ooh, there's a... What's a Mahuzi
I'll
here
grab
I can
it,
open?
Grant.
Oh,
Wow.
there we go. Ew. Damn kitty drama
Oh,
over
kite
dinner.
shield.
Golds and what have
I'll
you.
keep some of these.
Potion of healing there. So yeah. I will be frank with you, I did use my potion, like 1 or 2 potions so far, so it's like, I'm actually now getting affected by shit. And nearly died there, but I'm alive, so yay.
You were completely surrounded.
Yeah. The Sin War.
Demons traveled to the mortal realm in search of the 3 brothers.
The-
These demons were followed to the mortal plane by angels who hunted them throughout the vast cities of the east. The angels allied themselves with a secretive order of mortal magi named the Herodrim, who quickly became adept at hunting.
Ow.
Many demons.
Damn it. Now we have to read it all over again.
These demons were followed to the mortal.
The angels allied themselves with people called Herodrim.
No, he's getting up to that point. He's getting up to that point.
The angels
Okay.
allied themselves with a secretive order of mortal magi named the Herodrim,
Okay.
who quickly became adept at hunting demons. They also made
Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of that scroll of teleport. It's not really useful to me.
Well, I feel like you're the only one with enough magic to make it useful.
Correct.
There we go. Bookcase, giving a Book of Mana Shield again. And a
Yep, I'll take
Scroll
that.
of Teleport. Okay, so nothing useful here. So, I'm really thankful for all this armor, but I'll be frank with you, it almost trivializes some of the levels.
Oh, you say it, but you don't mean it.
Be thankful we're playing in normal, Grant.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm not one to be like, oh, let's play at the higher difficulties and such like that. I will play at whatever, like, the intention was. I am not someone that's like, oh, I'm not someone that enjoys the idea of, like, you need to play a game more than once, which is why, like, when it came to Chain of Memories, I did not care to play it again. Or, like, I don't want to go into Nier Automata because they're like, oh, in order to get, like, the actual, like, important ending, you're going to need to, like, play this game, like, 4 times. I am not for that.
Yeah, you and Rocky have that same one for that.
What did
GrantZeebs left the game. What the hell?
What the heck? I accidentally pressed, hang on. Sorry. I don't know what happened there.
I saw you cast a portal, and then you just disappeared.
Yeah.
Speaking of, here's a portal.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going through the I'm trying to go through the portal right now. Give me a sec. Actually, while I'm up here. And then...
That was
Yeah,
wild.
that was weird.
Because like I was trying to do something, and then I think I pressed escape at the same time, and then because of where my mouse was, it like went to new game.
Yep.
There we go. All right. Potion of rejuvenation.
Yeah, I think it's probably best to start buying rejuvenating potions rather than the standard potions now.
And I'm running out of...
Especially for you, because you use both HP and mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not using that much, so... Am I missing anything important down there, or... Probably not. And what's more is, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, durability is still high on that. This one's only gone down by 10. That's only gone down 5. That's only gone down by 8. So yeah, I'm still good when it comes to all that. Guardian, town portal, teleport, teleport, town portal. I'm going to put the town portals away.
Let me identify these items for you. Claymore of Radiance and the Kite Shield is 11 to deck. Do you want the Kite Shield, Grant?
Nah, the shield I've got... Because again, like, I'm on legend... I have nothing but legendary stuff, remember? Because of, like, all the... Like, all the things we've been doing. So... Got, like, this random short bow and this short bow of quality. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sell...
You know what? I am gonna take a Griswold, jab. Not a Griswold, a Wort jab. Doubt I'll get anything good, but, you know.
Let's have a look. Topaz Axe
No harm in trying.
Puncturing. Resist all by 15%. Penetrates target armor. That would be pretty cool if I had 20,000 gold. There's no there's no respawning in this, like, respawning enemies in this game. So, like, how would you get to 20,000 gold? Seriously.
It's completely random what's offered at the shops. It's just dependent on your level.
I guess. So we're now at, like, item level... I'm, like, level 13 right now.
Yeah.
So, I guess the question is, like, you know, what is, like, sort of the recommended level before you get to level 15? Because I don't think it's like level 15, floor 15. It's nothing like that, is it?
Not really.
It's based on level. Every time you level up, the items in there change.
No. Let me rephrase that. What level do they expect you to be at when you get to the 15th floor?
Oh, couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well...
And there's also this one little thing. I don't know if it's included in this game, but it's definitely in the other ones. That the more people you have in the group, the harder the enemies are.
I don't think that's a thing in this game, considering, you know... we don't see people's healths, and like scaling difficulty, it definitely does not sound like something they would have programmed into a game with this little, like, space in it. So
maybe not, but you know, just...
All right, so the catacombs gets us down to level 5. We got down to level 8. So
so the next area is level 9.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any other shortcuts from there. So I mean, we can stop here if you want, and then just...
There is, actually.
Oh, there is?
There is.
Level 9?
Yes.
Right, well then let's do that then. I think we go down to level 9, find a shortcut.
Yep, sounds good.
Alrighty then. So yeah. Let me head back to... Is there a town portal, or...?
Yep, I'm walking through it now.
Alrighty then.
Getting huge value out of this town portal spell.
Yeah, I got it as well. So, but you've been using it a lot. Alright.
Well, that's because the only real spellcaster here is me, so none of you guys really need many spells.
Yep.
Yeah. All things considered, I think Code might be the best tank for those things now.
The Quiet Shrine.
Oh, Quiet Shrine. No, I do not remember this either.
Alright, well, I'll touch it. The essence of life flows within.
No idea what that means.
I think that just fully healed me.
Okay. Oh, chainmail. That's an upgrade for me.
Yeah, you do need it too. Hi, Rocky. How you doing?
Yeah.
Great. So instead of having my ass cheeks out, I still have my ass cheeks out.
Hi, Joshi. How you doing?
Rocky's been here for evs. Like, what are you talking about?
He has.
So.
And how dare you call me a fat ass? That's Mr. Fat Ass. Thank you very much. Also, I'd let you in at the moment, but it's just us playing the game.
Yeah.
Joshy, so if you are in the waiting room, like, I'm not going to be able to let you in.
Yeah, and what's more is, like, we're probably getting close to calling it, because we just need to go down to the 9th level, and then...
Which is near the entrance.
Yeah. So...
I'm okay, just wish I was gut fat right now. I mean, if you had the points, you could have been, you know...
Oh, god damn you!
I was gonna say, that's a lot of res that just dropped. And I saw, oh, wait, nope.
Mm-hmm.
Portal is up for you, Grant.
Did Grant fucky wucky and now he sleeps in the forever box again.
Return to town. And then, yeah, all my stuff is... So I need to... Talk to the guy.
Yeah, like this. No.
Okay, I've got 160 pieces, so I can at least go for... Potion of full healing. In case of...
Well, whose fault is that for being poor? Ow.
Oh, I'm not touching that one. That's bait.
Because of what I said? Me? Why is it my fault?
You just picked up Grant's things.
Ow. No,
oh, you griefed me?
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah.
I accidentally picked it up. There you go.
Where are you? Where's my... There's my stuff. All right.
Sorry, I accidentally picked it up, so I dropped it back down for you.
Ring, armor, crown.
Religious was the one that repairs all items from what we saw, I think.
So, Grant, you might want to touch that.
28.
Because you're fat? Well, fuck you.
48. Yeah. All right. Oh, hang on. I'm not wearing the ring. There we go. All right.
Well, guess what? Guess what, Joshy? You get to miss out on all of
Time
this.
cannot diminish the power of steel.
On all of this.
Yeah, and it doesn't...
Out on.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it doesn't degrade the durability either, which is a positive. All right, so...
Rocky, why you take my shirt?
So now we go back home? Now we go back to the area wherever the...
Yeah,
so level 9, yeah.
Up and around. Yeah,
because,
so
like...
up and around.
So, yeah, because my map is, like, you know, wiped because of the...
Oh, reset, yeah.
Yeah, so I have, like, no idea where anything is and such, so I'm kind of reliant on you guys, like, sending me the right way.
Yeah, he's relying on us. Wow, he is fucked.
Yep. I'm the sort of person who goes up to Canberra, so you are fucked.
This is a bit of a long walk.
Josh is like, let me in! Let me in! I will be hanging out in the Discord after we're done here, by the way, guys. So if anyone wants to chat...
Even after 11? Jesus, you have a crazy sleep schedule.
Yeah, because I work night shifts, bitch!
Oh my god.
Although I am going to be streaming tomorrow because I wasn't able to organize taking the kids over to Thingo because they're actually doing something else. So I was like,
okay. Yay! Alright, so now we go down a floor. Down to level 9.
Down floor.
And...
What do you think it is?
Ooh, lava. We're in hell.
Nope.
It's hot down here.
Ooh.
This isn't hell.
This is the caves.
But it's hot.
What the fuck?
Okay, my fireballs do not work on these things.
They are made of fire. There's tracks. Whoa. Okay. High lightning.
It's Mexico.
Hellstone.
I mean,
hey, I leveled up.
I think Mexico has better food.
Yeah, I could honestly go for a taco.
Quilted armor. Interesting. Scimitar.
Oh, scimitar.
Alright, and then...
Synonym.
Alright, so we're just looking for the shortcut?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because then that way we should... Because I guess the question is that once we do find the shortcut, does that
Whoa.
like, and we start a new session, does that mean we, like, any of us can take the shortcut down? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Careful, those fire things hit like a train that's fallen from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm
Noted.
using lightning. Oh, studded leather armor.
I am still alive.
Hey, how dare you throw Bing Bong at me?
Bing bong. Ding dong. Book of Town portal. Oh my god. Yes, please. That will hopefully make my shit cheaper. And another potion of mana for whoever needs it. And another one.
I mean, do we even need to ask who needs the potions?
No, I'm just being considerate. Long staff of firewall. Jesus.
Potion of mana. Ow.
Wait,
That was
is
a draft one.
Leading it? Wait, is this? Where is this? Just the, yeah, it's just the end. Okay, cool.
Consider these nuts.
These nuts.
Ah! Got him! Oh, I got charged. Bitch.
Okay,
He
pause
charged right. He charged right at me.
Yep. They hit hard. There is no joke here.
Ah, he hit me like a friggin' Mack truck.
I found the up to town.
Okay.
All right. Well, somebody grab my stuff then.
Can do.
Okay, there's armor for vitality. I'll give that to you, Velk, if you want it.
Scimitar.
I'm fine with the chainmail, actually.
Town portal requires 24 magic. I'm pretty sure I have 24 magic. Yeah, I have 35. There we go. And then if I look at my spells... Yep, the town portal is reduced in, what's Mizzy's? Alright, hey, Velk.
Right.
Alrighty.
I have code things.
Cool. Alright, up to town. Yay, the caves. Alright, so now next time we, the next time we go through the next session, we can just, like, jump straight over to there in a public
and
thing.
that should be the finale as well.
Like, yeah, because, like, we've now gone over, we've met the halfway point, because we've gone, like, eight floors, dealt with, like, 2 or 3 bosses at this point. So, I could probably start another session, like another network session, go through the levels and see how I go or something like that crazy. But I imagine if I do that, I am very likely to break my shit.
I'll give that to you.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Okay.
Amber Scimitar of Vim. Ooh!
That is a lot.
That is... Since we're going up against fire things, my fire-based attack won't help. So getting this scimitar is going to be rather cool, because it gives me a resistance and increase my vitality. So I go from 35 vitality, where I had a maximum life of 107 to, or 115, to 143.
Can't argue with that.
Jesus.
No, I think that's Jesus.
Alrighty then. So yeah, let's call
it. Wait. I need to spend all my money on code here. Code?
Why?
I just got you something that you are going to thank me for, probably.
Okay, let me see what it is, and I will.
All my cash is gone, but fuck.
Okay, is this gonna be good?
What ails you, my friend?
This better be good. Book of Element. Ooh, please tell me this is what I think it is.
Book of what now?
I can summon an elemental.
Oh, more summoning. Yay.
And it's a permanent thing too, because it lasts until it dies.
Cool. That would be definitely worth experimentation in the next stream. So yeah,
we'll probably get through the game in the next one, and then we'll probably move on to Diablo 2 after that.
Yeah. So yeah, because and that raises the question of like the next time we play, because we won't be able to play it next week, but we'll be able to play it the week after, wasn't it?
Yeah, so no, because Velk's got a surgery on the 15th.
Ah, okay.
I could push it to the Saturday if we want to do it next week.
And
we could just do it, a little bit earlier in the day for anybody else that wants to come by.
Yeah.
Because I work the Friday the 8th. So maybe if we do it, like maybe about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Because then, like, I get plenty of sleep. Although it depends on what you're doing for work, Grant.
I've got like most of my Saturdays are spoken for and such. I sent them to you a while ago of like some of the Saturdays I had free. So like for instance, like May 2nd, May 9th, May 16th. It's like those are all accounted for and such.
Otherwise, we could do Sunday morning.
I am up for a Sunday morning. I can definitely, because those are I'm normally free for the Sunday mornings. So
I'm normally working on the Sunday, so normally I can get a little bit more sleep on the Saturday and then sort of get up reasonably early, maybe 9, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yep.
Does that work with you?
Yeah, we'll talk about this further before we release our schedules. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yep.
So
yeah,
works fine for me.
Yeah, because
But
it's so late in the night, Code. We need to look at someone to raid into. Who do you have on your, like, because I'm looking at my raid browser, and it's like there's Gwillem, who's been at it for 4 hours, Ray Solar has been at it for 4 hours. Like, there's so many that have been at it for, like, 4 hours, and, like, there's no one that's, like, speaking to me right now, like, strongly to be like, yes, let's raid into them.
Let's see. Corgi King's doing some just chatting. They're doing some DJ work. Nubs is doing some Tamagotchi life. Goldie's doing some just chatting. What are they doing? Let me have a look. Oh, so they're just starting up. So I'm not sure if they're doing... not sure what they're really doing. But normally they've got something going on. That's really the only people I can think of.
Who's at like the top of who?
Hang on.
If you go to raid, if you go to the raid browser right now, who's the first one on your list? Because mine is Gwillem.
Raid channel. Let me have a look. First one on my list is technically you.
Wait, are you doing any quick filters or?
No. Following. No, not really. Oh yeah. Following, similar size, same category, rated by you events. They're the pluses that I've got there.
Get rid of them. Don't do any of those quick filters.
All right. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, hang on. Couldn't find any. Okay, hang on. No, they're the ones that are turned off.
Oh,
so...
okay. Cookie for Vol. Here's your cookie. It's late in the night, Vol, and we're calling it a night here, and we're looking for a raid target for all of us.
Let's see. Let's go tags, and let's do furry. Bloop, and let's see who pops up with that. Again, Grant pops up.
Fuck it. Let's just go for Ray Solar, because Davey Boy mentioned that Ray Solar is normally up for at least another hour.
Who's that? Ray.
Race Solar. So I'll post it into the chat. There we go.
Yep. Race Solar. I didn't want to pin that, so...
Yep. All right. So that's my raid target. And for those of you... Actually, what's the raid message? Do we want to go for a collaborative raid message?
I'm fine with any raid message you want to go with.
Because I was just going to go with the quick and easy himbo raid, honestly.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. So, because yeah, it could be like himbo raid and then belly raid like straight after or something like that.
Yeah, for those who want to use mine, it's it's the belly raid.
Alrighty then. Probably post it into your chat so then that way people know what it is. I've posted my thingy-madiggy already. Yeah. Alrighty then. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I have important business on Saturday, so hopefully I get some good night's sleep. And Sunday, we will be back online in the morning playing Pragmata, because normally Fridays when I would be playing Pragmata, but we made this adjustment for Diablo. Code, Velk, thank you so much for introducing me to Diablo. Holy shit, the first one is absolutely terrible. I'm glad I'm not going through that solo, so hopefully
Trust me, the second one will be a lot more fun with all the multiple classes and stuff.
Cool. Oh, yeah.
We will have
Cool.
we will have some builds that we're just gonna have some fucking fun with.
Alrighty then. And for everyone else, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night as we go right into Race Solar. And if I don't see you all Sunday, I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.